क्या बोलते हैं या maybe you want to translate a phrase or something. It's very easy way to translate between languages. But did you know that you can also do this to your PDF documents? Well, ये एक बहुत ही interesting tip है. Just imagine that you have a long PDF document जो कि English में लिखा है and you want it to get translated into Hindi. अब ये एक तरीका है कि that you select the text, paste and then get the Hindi version and then paste again and whatever. But the easiest option is that just use the Google Translate option. वहाँ पे you have an option to upload a document. Just carefully upload your file and within seconds you would see आपको जिस language में अपना translation चाहिए, Google is doing that for you in just one click and you get a PDF right away. Well, formatting थोड़ा सा change हो सकती है तो एक बार आप उसको double check कर लें तो you will have a immediate copy of a document in the language.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
We get you the inside details on the crucial BJP meet held amid polls. The BJP president and the Home Minister met chief ministers last evening. Smriti Irani twists the knife. She hits out at Rahul Gandhi and Robert Vadra and questions why Congress is still indecisive over the Amethi seat. Smriti Irani says the democracy is actually a family football for the Congress party. An NDTV special report from battleground Balurghat. Balurghat will vote in the second phase of the elections on Friday, the 26th of April. Congress's South Goa candidate sparks a row. The Congress South Goa candidate says the constitution was forced upon Goans. In the Delhi liquor policy case, Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita's judicial custody ends today. AIIMS doctors are going to form a board to give a medical report on Mr. Kejriwal. Meanwhile, a top Tihar official says, amid this entire insulin row, that there should be one rule for all. From Punjab, where the Patiala girl's death happened due to a cake, the Punjab bakery has faced action now. A report is out that says substandard material was used. The Patiala girl had actually died after eating cake. Malaysian Navy chopper has collided with another chopper. 10 people have died. This mid-air collision of Malaysian choppers leaves 10 people dead, and shocking footage shows the helicopters colliding mid-air. It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Well, a big focus currently, the inside details on the meeting that was held last evening with the BJP president and the Home Minister in attendance, with chief ministers as well. Chief ministers, leaders actually met at JP Nadda's residence. We were told it was an important meeting that was held at Mr. Nadda's residence with all the chief ministers. As I mentioned, Amit Shah was also present. As far as the other people in attendance are concerned, we know Arun Singh, Sunil Bansal, Vinod Taure, Tarun Chugh were in attendance, and in addition, BL Santosh, Shiv Prakash, Dushyant Gautam, Ashwini Vaishnav were also part of this meeting. My colleague Maria Shakil has further details for us.
The first phase is over and just 48 hours to go for the second phase. So there has been this concern within the party, particularly with the low voter turnout. Because BJP is a cadre-based party, so it has proper assessment of who turned up at a booth to cast their vote. They are able to pull out people from their homes to ensure that they go to cast their right. But overall, there is this concern about the low voter turnout. There is also this concern about possible fallout of the statements which have been made. There are these concerns of, the statements particularly which had to do with 400 par, because in certain states there is this concern that is there too much of power which has been given to one political party. So overall, an assessment of how things stand as of now, So the role of various, Ashwini Vaishnav and others are in charge of various states. So they were also in attendance along with the Chief Minister to get feedback of what has happened on the ground and what is the way forward.
Well, in other news, Smriti Irani has hit out at Rahul Gandhi and Robert Vadra and questioned why Congress is still indecisive over the Amethi seat. The Congress has yet to announce its candidate from Amethi against Smriti Irani, but local party workers are rooting for Rahul Gandhi's candidature. Listen to what Smriti Irani had to say, followed by Rashid Kidwai's reaction.
देखिए अब दीदा जी की नजर है तो साले साहब क्या करेंगे? एक जमाने में दादा बैठे हैं, बड़े बुजुर्ग जब बस में सफर किया करते थे, 5 मिनट के लिए सीट छोड़ के कहीं जाना होता था, तो बुजुर्ग अपनी जेब में से रुमाल निकाल के सीट के ऊपर छोड़ दिया करता था कि बैठना मत हमारी सीट है। करते थे कि नहीं करते थे बात? तो राहुल गांधी भी रुमाल छोड़ने आएंगे, चिंता न करो, क्योंकि दीदा जी की नजर है। वरना ऐसा कभी हुआ है कि चुनाव का भी 27 दिन बचा है और कांग्रेस प्रत्याशी घोषित नहीं किया। मतलब अहंकार इतना जो 5 सालों में मैं कर पाए वो 15 साल भी राहुल जी नहीं कर पाए।
Particularly in Uttar Pradesh, politics is highly polarized, and for the Congress, it's a very uphill task. So I think Gandhis would jump in fray if they are sure-footed in terms of getting in-house survey, etc. done, that they can win those seats of Amethi and Raebareli. Otherwise, there will be someone else.
From Uttar Pradesh now, let's take you to West Bengal, where the BJP looks to defend its stronghold of North Bengal while the TMC tries to regain lost ground in the region. In Balurghat, the Prime Minister actually campaigned for state BJP President Sukanta Majumdar, who is the incumbent MP from Balurghat. The Trinamool Congress has fielded State Minister Biplab Maitra to launch a challenge to Sukanta Majumdar. Balurghat, by the way, will vote on Friday in the second phase of the elections on the 26th of April.
The Balurghat Lok Sabha constituency in West Bengal has become one of the most hotly contested seats, with state BJP President Sukanta Majumdar contesting on behalf of the BJP. And to campaign for him, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Balurghat as part of this Vijay Sankalp Sabha. Taking on Sukanta Majumdar is the Trinamool State Minister Biplab Moitra, but this seat is going to be a hotly contested seat, as it is going to see two very strong political personalities take on each other. For Sukanta Majumdar, this is a prestige battle. His political pitch is the Modi government's efforts to modernize and improve railway services to Balurghat. And the crowds at the Modi rally are an indicator that there is traction for his argument, a claim the Trinamool Congress challenges. But Sukanta Majumdar says just the amount of railway development will help him win, and the Prime Minister's campaign for him has ensured that. Not only lakhs turned up at the rally, but even the helipad was packed.
Today Narendra Modi ji addressed 2 rallies, one here and another helipad also. Yes. They are surrounding the helipad. I think almost 10 to 15,000 people are present there. कल हमने दिल्ली का यहाँ से एक ट्रेन मिला हमको, जनता बहुत खुश है। दिल्ली का ट्रेन कभी इस जिले से चलेगा हम सोच भी नहीं सकते। शियालदह बालूरघाट का तो उल्लेख माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया। बालूरघाट हिली के लिए हमने 500 करोड़ रुपया यहाँ से लाए।
अगले 5 वर्षों में भाजपा सरकार बंगाल और बालूरघाट के विकास के लिए हर प्रयास करेगी, ये मोदी की गारंटी है।
Despite Sukanta Majumdar's confidence, the Trinamool candidate believes he has a chance to pull it off, which is why he's campaigning well after sunset, late into the night, in areas that he believes will deliver for him. For the Trinamool candidate, who's also a state minister, the challenge the party has entrusted him with is not easy.
It is a very contesting seat. I cannot say that it's a easy seat, but it will be owned by us, as actually the seat was ours. This time we have already prepared ourselves so that the seat may be recovered and it will be gifted to our beloved leader Srimati Mamata Banerjee.
বলে যাচ্ছি আপনাদের আবার
যদি আমি একটুও পলিটিক্স বুঝে থাকি আর বিজেপি চোখমুখে আতঙ্ক বুঝে থাকি এবং ওদের ভাষার যে কদাকার রুচি যদি বুঝে থাকি তাহলে বলবো ইসবার बीजेपी नहीं होगा 200 पार.
The Trinamool candidate also questions Shukanta Majumdar's performance as MP, but admits the Prime Minister's campaign will help him.
He always pretends that he is doing very much for the people.
He claims
railways of the people, and he claims also. But whenever he is asked that what you have done within your tenure of 5 years, but he is avoiding that. Prime Minister तो एक बड़ा नाम है हमारा देश का, तो ये ठीक ही है. ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर जब आएंगे उसको थोड़ा इन्फ्लुएंस तो होगा ही.
Both candidates in Balurghat are sons of the soil. Both claim to have delivered for their constituents and both accuse each other of not doing enough for Balurghat. But in a hard-fought election like this one, the Balurghat seat is perhaps an indicator of how each and every seat is throwing up a battle. With camera person GD Shankar in Balurghat, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Well, from West Bengal, let's take you to Goa now, where the Congress South Goa candidate has sparked a row with a comment. Congress's South Goa candidate, Viriato Fernandes, has claimed the Indian constitution was forced on Goa after its liberation from Portuguese rule back in 1961. In fact, referring to his conversation with Congress leader Rahul Gandhi in the year 2019, during the last Lok Sabha election, Mr. Fernandes said that he had told Mr. Gandhi when Goa was liberated in the year 1961, the Indian constitution was forced upon us. I'm quoting him here. Addressing an election meeting on Monday, Mr. Fernandes recalled that then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru had said Goa, which became a state in 1987, will decide its own destiny, but added that this did not happen. Listen to his comment, followed by what the BJP had to say.
I said, sir, please listen. Constitution was implemented on 26 January 1950. We were not part of India. आणि जेन्ना 1961 आम्ही लिबरेट झाले ते कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पळय तुम्ही पास केले जाका आमकां तुम्ही इन्क्लूड करूंक ना ते हाडून आमचे तकलेर मारले.
Goa is an inseparable part of India, and as our Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said, I mean, he said that he's appalled by the comments of the Congress South Goa candidate claiming that Indian constitution was forcefully imposed upon Goans. Our freedom fighters wholeheartedly work towards Goa being an inseparable part of India. So where is this comment coming from? Captain Fernandes is living in a different era, and to suggest that, you know, Goa was part of the Portuguese rule in 1961 is a thing of the past. Please understand that you may be a retired naval officer, you may be somebody in election mode, you may be somebody who comes up with these proposals with Rahul Gandhi, and where he says that, you know, he met with him and discussed his viewpoints. But the fact is that Goa is an integral part of India. And for those who are concerned about certain aspects of the Constitution, they must understand that a comment which draws criticism from one and all is based on an undermined comment. So I would say, if you feel that you want to be part of this divisive politics, then the Congress party has lost the plot, because Congress delayed Goa's liberation, and we all know that this Bharat Todo politics has immediately come into spell, because Congress was part of this delay for 14 years, and its candidate now seems to be undermining the Indian Constitution, which is absolutely reckless. So I would only say the people who are part of this Congress Todo Yatra of Bharat Todo Yatra must understand that this is a parliament election. So let's not be selective with our words. Let's be selective with our vision plan. for the state of Goa.
Switching tracks to the Delhi liquor policy case, Mr. Kejriwal and K. Kavita's judicial custody ends today. And AIIMS doctors have informed us that they're going to form a board to give medical report on Arvind Kejriwal. Meanwhile, a top Tihar official amid this entire Arvind Kejriwal insulin row has said that there should be one rule for all. A quick update from Punjab now, where the cake linked to the death of a 10-year-old Punjab girl was baked with a high concentration of artificial sweetener. This is what officials have declared. On the 24th of March, the girl's entire family fell ill after eating chocolate cake that was ordered online from a bakery in Patiala for her birthday. A sample of the cake was collected for testing, and the report shows that it had a high amount of saccharine, which is a sweet-tasting synthetic compound that the cake was actually made with. This is what the district health officer has told NDTV. Now, while small amounts of saccharine is actually used in food and drinks, high levels of it can cause your blood glucose levels to rise rapidly. Officials have said action will be taken against the bakeries soon, and a fine will also be imposed. Meanwhile, an FIR has already been filed against the bakery's owner.
An innocent life lost due to high concentration of artificial sweetener. Now a government report seems to have nailed the culprit. 10-year-old Manvi from Patiala had died just hours after eating a cake. In fact, the girl's entire family had fallen ill after eating the chocolate cake ordered online from a baker. A sample of the cake was collected for testing, and the report has now appeared. The report shows a high amount of saccharin, a sweet-tasting synthetic compound which could have been an added factor that led to the death. The district health officer Dr. Vijay Jindal told NDTV, while small amounts of saccharin is used in food and drinks, high levels of it can be dangerous. Officials said action will be taken against the bakery soon and a fine may be imposed. The bakery owner has already been booked.
उसमें हमने तो जो बेकरी से सैंपल उठाए थे उनकी रिपोर्ट अभी आई है, उसको हम एग्जामिन कर रहे हैं. अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट ਉਹਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ. ਸੈਕੰਡਲੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੋਰੈਂਸਿਕ ਲੈਬ ਨੂੰ ਕੇਕ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਆਉਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੀ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਉਣਗੇ.
Not only this, a few days back, new case has come up in Patiala, where a toddler fell ill after eating an expired chocolate sold by a shopkeeper. The latest incident has also sparked a protest in the area. Meanwhile, authorities have said that action will be taken on those selling expired products.
28 ਆਈਟਮਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦੋ ਤਿੰਨ ਆਈਟਮਾਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੀਜ਼ ਕਰ ਲਈਆਂ, ਬਟ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਿੰਨ ਸਾਡੇ ਫੂਡ ਸੇਫਟੀ ਅਫਸਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਟੀਮ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਭੇਜੀ ਹੈ ਵਿਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੰਪਲੇਂਟੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਾਲ ਕਰ ਲਿਓ ਤੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਾਲ ਕਰ ਲਿਓ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਥਾਰੋਲੀ ਟੈਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਐਕਸਪਾਇਰ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ.
We had conducted the inspection also and taken the samples also. They have been sent to the lab for testing. And at the same time also FIR was lodged and the persons were also arrested, so that part was taken care of. The second one, it's too early to basically, our teams did go there, we collected some expired samples also.
The local administration has already started taking action against this shop, Narayan Singh and Sons, because from here the family had taken a chocolate which has found expired, and because of that expired chocolate, when one toddler had taken, the toddler immediately got hospitalized because he had fallen ill, and after that the parents, they reported this matter to the local administration also. We can see this shop has been shut down here at this point of time. We are reporting from the same shop from where the chocolate was taken by the family from here, and finally they learned that it was an expired chocolate. What we have learned, the local administration has already conducted inspection inside this shop, and during the inspection they have also realized that maximum articles were expired. So that's why they have taken all the samples from this shop, and the top officers of Patiala administration, they say the action will be taken against them once they will be able to get the report from the concerned authority. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China, for NDTV, Patiala, Punjab.
Our correspondent Gurpreet Singh Chinna joins us live from Chandigarh at the moment. Gurpreet, is the Punjab police still awaiting a report from the forensic lab, or has that come in?
Well, yes, what we have learned, district health officer, he has already got a report because they have already got samples from the specific shop, whether it's the bakery or from this grocery shop. In the grocery shop, in the chocolate case, they are awaiting for the report. But if we can talk about the bakery case, it's very clear the Punjab police is still waiting for the forensic report, and after that the criminal proceeding will be started against the bakery owner. Now they say the report, health department which has already got, now they are initiating action and they are putting a case before additional deputy commissioner in the court, so that there will be a fine which should be imposed. Now the question of our Patiala resident, they are putting a question mark. Only penalty is sufficient for this offence because one child has a lost life because of eating this cake. So let's see that how the administration is going to take action. As of now, all the top officers, they are giving assurance action will be taken. Now at what level and whether the administration is going to understand the magnitude and gravity of the case or not, that is yet to be seen.
Thanks so much, Gurpreet, for joining us with that live update from Chandigarh. Let's turn our attention now to Mumbai, where the Bombay High Court is set to deliver its judgment in the landmark Saidina succession case of the Dawoodi Bohra community after a decade-long legal battle. The trial actually concluded in April 2023 and the order was reserved. The dispute centers on the leadership of the Shia Muslim community in Mumbai, with two claimants vying for the position of the Dai al-Mutlaq, the spiritual head. The Dawoodi Bohras, as you know, are a religious denomination within Shia Islam. The number approximately, they're about 1 million worldwide, and they've settled in over 40 countries around the world, with the majority of the community residing in India. My colleague Radhika has been tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us live at the moment. Radhika, what time can we expect the Bombay High Court to deliver its judgment in this landmark case?
Well, the judgment will be delivered at about 11:30 a.m. In fact, Justice Gautam Patel will be delivering the judgment. He's been hearing the case for the longest time. This is a 10-year-old case. In fact, this entire suit was filed sometime in 2014, a landmark judgment as far as Dawoodi Bohra community succession matter is concerned. It was in 2014 that Qutbuddin, who was the late Sayyidna's half-brother, filing this particular suit against, in fact, challenging the appointment of Sayyidna Saifuddin as the original leader, in fact, as the current leader of the entire community. In fact, Sayyidna Saifuddin had taken over as the leader in 2014 of this entire community, post which late Sayyidna's half-brother filed a suit. However, in 2016, this particular plaintiff passed away, after which, in fact, Qutbuddin's son, who is Sayyidna Fakhruddin, in fact, took over this case and became the plaintiff, who had also been stating that the entire matter as far as the appointment of Sayyidna Saifuddin is concerned was done in fraudulent manner. And in reality, the NAS is of course the official declaration of leadership in the community. NAS was performed in fact on Qutbuddin before the death of late Sayyidna. Sometime in 1965 itself, this NAS was performed privately. Therefore, it is Qutbuddin who should have been the leader, and with Qutbuddin's death, it's his son who is supposed to be the leader of the community, because the NAS was once again performed on him. These are the claims made by the plaintiff. However, defendant claiming very strongly that the NAS was performed on him and it was not done in a private ceremony, but it was done in a public ceremony, and there were witnesses, and without witnesses one cannot claim that there was an official declaration or the performance of NAS. So yes, it is to do with several religious processes and ideologies as far as the performance of NAS and certain religious ceremonies are concerned, which the court had been looking at for the longest time by calling in experts, religious leaders to understand and examine the validity of NAS, validity of the appointment. So today, things will be clear when the verdict will come out. whether it's going to be Syed Saifuddin who will continue to remain the leader, or will the leadership be passed on to Syedna Fakhruddin.
Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with that detailed update. We will, of course, touch base with you at 11:30 a.m. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue as always on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election. Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
Well, news just coming in from Malaysia, where 10 crew members have died after 2 Navy helicopters collided mid-air during a military rehearsal for a Royal Malaysian Navy parade in the Malaysian town of Lumut. One of the choppers, as you can see on your screens, clipped the rotor of the other before the two crashed into the ground, like you can see in this dramatic footage on your screens. As per local reports, there are no known survivors. One of the helicopters is believed to have crashed onto a running track, while the other crashed into a swimming pool nearby. Well, news and updates continue on NDTV 24/7. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Flaming Arrow sappers of the Western Command carried out integrated combat engineering training on minefield breaching, bridging, watermanship and CBRN, displaying high standards of professionalism and operational readiness.
Co-present.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion? Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Jagannath be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pavan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
You are watching the world 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. We've got crucial updates lined up for you. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The European Union has adopted new visa rules that will allow frequent travellers from India to apply for multiple entry Schengen visas with longer validity, easing travel to 29 European countries. Nearly 66,000 Indians officially became American citizens in 2022, according to the latest congressional report. Rishi Sunak's Rwanda bill finally cleared Parliament after 8 hours of debate as MPs and peers sat through the night to pass the flagship legislation. Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi has refused to join ranks with Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif when the latter thanked him for supporting Pakistan's stand on Kashmir. Well, a big focus on the world 24/7. Under a new visa regime issued by the European Union, Indian nationals can now apply for a multiple entry Schengen visa with longer validity. The European Commission has introduced a new visa cascade regime for Indian nationals seeking Schengen visas, allowing for more straightforward access to multiple entry visas with extended validity periods. Now, this new regime, effective from the 18th of April, actually replaced the standard rules of the visa code and offers significant advantages for Indian travellers. The Schengen area, as you know, comprises 29 European countries that include 25 EU states as well. But what do these new rules mean for Indians? Well, Indian nationals residing in India can now be issued long-term, multi-entry Schengen visas valid for 2 years after lawfully obtaining and using 2 visas within the previous 3 years. Now, this initial 2-year visa can then be followed by a 5-year visa, provided the passport has sufficient validity remaining. This extended validity also allows travellers, by the way, to move freely within the Schengen area for short stays of up to 90 days within any 180-day period. In fact, Rahul Venkat, senior journalist, is joining us from Brussels. Thank you so much, Rahul Venkat, for joining us on NDTV, the world 24/7. We wanted clarity on the new regime. There are significant steps we know, but take our viewers through the exact changes, how the changes are being implemented, and whether there are any challenges in this process.
So up until now, getting a Schengen visa for an Indian national was always a bit of a toss-up. You either got a cut-to-cut visa for the exact number of days that you were required to be in Europe, or if you were lucky, something a bit longer. But now, what has changed because of this EU-India common agenda on migration and mobility is that Indian nationals with an established history of travel to the Schengen area can avail of longer-term Schengen visas of up to 2 years, followed by one of up to 5 years, provided your passport remains valid. Now, this EU-India high-level dialogue on migration and mobility began in 2006, was then signed in 2016, and it is now in mid-April 2024 that this cascade visa regimen has come into force. What this means is that Indian nationals will be able, in theory, to travel to Europe for 90 days every 180 days, giving them access to the 29 countries in the Schengen area. As always, the devil lies in the details. People from all across India will give you anecdotal evidence on how some countries tend to give Indian nationals longer visas and some countries are more strict. So now, how each EU member state interprets and then implements this new ruling remains to be seen. It will definitely help spark more people-to-people contact between the world's 2 largest democracies to try and unlock the potential of this partnership that has so far not lived up to its promise. For NDTV, this is Rahul Venkat in Brussels.
In other news, a total of 65,960 Indians officially became US citizens, making India the second largest source country for new citizens in America right after Mexico, according to the latest congressional report. Now, an estimated 46 million foreign-born persons resided in the United States in 2022, approximately 14% of the total US population of 333 million, according to American Community Survey data from the US Census Bureau. Here's my colleague Vishal Vivek's report shedding light on the data.
India is the second largest source country for new citizens in the US, with nearly 66,000 Indians becoming US citizens in 2022, according to a report by the Independent Congressional Research Service. Mexico represents the largest number with about 1,29,000 naturalizations. The report also says that about 42% of India-born foreign nationals are not eligible to become US citizens. On the other hand, about 2,90,000 India-born foreign nationals who were on the green card were potentially eligible. Meanwhile, according to American Community Survey data from the US Census Bureau, an estimated 46 million foreign-born persons resided in the US in 2022, which is approximately 15% of the total US population of 333 million. The numbers seem to be big, but it is far from easy to become a US citizen these days. Let's take a look at this yearly data in the financial year 2023. There were over 4 lakh pending naturalizations in applications in the US. The year before, there were about 5.5 lakh pending applications. If we go as far back as 2020, it becomes clear that pendency has reduced, but a significant number of applications still need to be processed.
And for further clarity, joining us on NDTV at the moment, Soundarya Balasubramani. Thank you so much for joining us on the World 24/7. You know, with so many countries introducing new measures to curb immigration, is the US likely to see a massive influx of foreigners?
Yeah, so there's different ways to enter the US. And one of the popular ways is to enter the US for higher education. And in 2023, there were more than 1 million students, international students, who were studying in the US. And specifically, there were more than 250,000 students from India who were studying in the US higher education in 2023. And this has come to pre-pandemic levels right now. And in fact, there was a 35% increase in 2023. And so I guess my point is that this is not slowing down based on the last few years. And I suspect that we will keep seeing more and more students moving to the US for education, at least for the next few years. At the same time, there have been mass layoffs that happened in America over the last year and a half. And so a lot of international students they had to leave America and go back to their home country because they couldn't find a job within the time period that they had to. And so I do think we will see the impact of these mass layoffs and people leaving the country in a few years, and that having an impact on reducing the number of incoming students, because students may not look to America as a destination anymore. But at least for the next 3 to 5 years, I don't think it's going to slow down. And we will keep seeing an influx of international students and immigrants.
Well, why is India the second largest source country for new United States citizens? Are Indians preferred more when the US government awards citizenships?
I wouldn't say Indians are preferred more because they have a set list of checklists that you have to check to go from being a lawful permanent resident to being a citizen. At least that's how it should work. There shouldn't be any bias there. But in terms of why Indians are the second largest, this wasn't the case a few decades ago. Until 1965, there was very little immigration from India to America. But there was a very interesting thing that happened in 1965, where they abolished something called the national origin quota, which until then was giving preference to people from Europe. And so once that was abolished, and then we saw a tech boom happen, especially in the late 1990s, early 2000s, a lot of Indian immigrants, skilled immigrants, began to come to America to work in tech, STEM fields, to get themselves educated. And so I think this wasn't the case a few decades ago, but given the changes in laws, the rise of tech, and recent rise of AI as well, we will see more and more skilled Indian immigrants in America.
Well, Soundarya, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV. It's a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you for providing the insight. Well, in other news, Rishi Sunak's Rwanda deportation bill will become law after opposition and crossbench peers backed down on Monday night, opening the way for legal battles over the potential removal of dozens of people that are seeking asylum. After a marathon battle of ping-pong over the key legislation between the Commons and the Lords, that bill finally passed when opposition and crossbench peers gave way on Monday night. But as the British Prime Minister forced Parliament to sit late into the night until the bill was finally passed, he promised there would be a regular rhythm of flights taking off over the summer to deter others from trying to cross the channel. But for the first time, he set out the extensive preparations that have already been made to get the first planes in the air within 10 to 12 weeks in what he said was one of the most complex operational endeavours the UK Home Office has carried out. Now, these include getting 200 officials in the UK ready to identify asylum seekers who will be served with removal directions in the coming days. In fact, this bill, believe it or not, it's expected to be granted royal assent on Tuesday, but this deal will cost £1.8 million for each of the first 300 deportees. This is what the UK National Audit Office has confirmed. This figure now isn't completely foreign, even though it's absolutely flabbergasting, because last month the British Parliament's spending watchdog had said that the British government's controversial plan to send asylum seekers to Rwanda might end up costing more than £600 million to deport 300 refugees. Well, switching tracks, the prosecution in Donald Trump's hush money trial accused the former president of a criminal conspiracy and cover-up to hide a sex scandal ahead of the 2016 presidential election. It was election fraud, pure and simple. This is what a lawyer told the jury during the opening statements at the historic trial in New York. Setting out the case for the defense, Trump's lawyer said his client had committed no crimes and that it was not illegal to try to influence an election. Right, and joining us with an update from New York at the moment, William Denslow. Let's go across to him.
Opening statements, prosecutor Matthew Colangelo argued that Donald Trump had committed election fraud, pure and simple. The prosecution painted a narrative accusing Donald Trump of attempting to hide and prevent potentially politically damaging stories from making it public in the lead up to the 2016 presidential election. The prosecution alleged that Donald Trump paid hush money to the porn star Stormy Daniels through a fixer in a bid to make that payment as hard as possible to discover. We heard from Todd Blanche, representing the defence during opening statements, arguing that the prosecutors laid out a neat narrative, but they said it's simply not true. Blanche adding that Donald Trump had committed no crimes. He said that even efforts to influence an election, there's nothing wrong with that, he argued. He said that is simply what democracy is. We've also had the first witness take the stand during this trial. That is David Pecker, who owned the firm that controlled the National Enquirer, who are accused of catching and killing potentially politically damaging stories about Donald Trump in the lead up to the 2016 election. He is expected back on the witness stand Tuesday. On Tuesday, there's also expected to be a hearing on Donald Trump's gag order that prosecutors allege that he has been violating. The gag order was put in place by Judge Juan Machan in an effort to prevent the former president from attacking witnesses during this trial. Prosecutors, they say that such violations of the order could result in fines or even up to 30 days behind bars. Donald Trump has said that this gag order is unconstitutional. He has railed again against the case as a whole. He says it is election interference, all in a bid to hurt his chance of regaining the White House come November. William Denslow, NDTV, New York.
And a special report lined up for you on the other side of this very short break of a Calcutta-born chef who ran a supper club in her home and now operates Darjeeling Express in London, Soho, with what she calls an all-women team of housewives. You don't want to miss this.
Biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
and the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide?
Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion? Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
I have a right to decide who will run my country for the next 5 years. And for that, I need to vote. So I pledge to vote, and I encourage all my family members, all my colleagues at Hyundai Motor India, and of course, all the citizens of my great country to go ahead and vote. Vote now and vote forever.
Welcome back. Escalating tensions between Iran and Israel has once again put the spotlight on West Asia. And the biggest question is, who are the real players in West Asia? Here's a detailed explainer for you.
West Asia is one of the most vital geographies in the world. Not just because it holds the key to the energy security of most of the world, but also because of its religious and cultural importance. And escalating tensions between Iran and Israel has once again put the spotlight on this region, with the biggest question being, who are the real players in West Asia? Let's decode. Historically, West Asia has been of enormous interest to the world. As the cradle of civilization, it has direct linkages for Christians, Muslims, and Jews. But it's also the theater where all power games are played. In the past, it was American writ that reigned supreme. But that's not the case anymore. Russia and China now both hold significant leverage in this region. Both view themselves as great powers, and their decisions are driven by desires to build legacy for their leaders, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, both of whom speak about returning their countries to their earlier so-called grand and imperial times. This makes Middle East the perfect place where all such lofty or maybe misplaced ambitions could be fulfilled. But the biggest reason both are in the Middle East is because they want to counter America. and be the counterbalance to American allies. Putin has spent the last decade shoring up influence by taking advantage of localized conflicts in West Asia. In Libya, Russia exploited the civil war. In Syria, Russia expanded its influence after it supported the Assad regime. And post-US withdrawal from Syria in 2019, Russia has fortified its presence further by helping the Assad government to regain control of a large part of the country. So much so that Russia now operates 2 military bases in Syria. In Egypt, Russia has held joint military drills and helped construct a nuclear plant, which has entrenched its presence further. Now, Putin's biggest competition for influence in West Asia is not America, but the Chinese president, who also fancies himself as the biggest power broker in this region. In August 2023, China brokered rapprochement between bitter rivals Iran and Saudi Arabia, and it's trying to be a neutral party in the Israel-Hamas conflict in the hope that it will be able to resolve the most contentious issue on the planet. In the last decade, China has greatly improved its ties with Iran. That's one of the reasons why it feels it can possibly broker peace between Iran and Israel. And it hopes to emerge as a pole to both US and Russia. China is now Iran's biggest trading partner, buys almost 90% of its oil exports, and provides it the much-needed lifeline to Tehran against US sanctions. Iran is also buying Chinese surveillance equipment to police its people. Using its Belt and Road Initiative, China has built deep economic links with all major economies in the region: Israel, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and of course Iran. So much so that it's now the biggest trading partner for these countries, beating America. And so significant is China's presence in this region that it's now part of every peace effort. After the Damascus strike on 1st of April 2024, US had reached out to China to keep the situation under control. Anthony Blinken told his Chinese counterpart that escalation is not in anyone's interest, and countries should urge Iran not to escalate. But this wasn't the first time. In late 2023, as Houthi rebels attacked commercial shipping lines in Red Sea, US had dialed China to use its leverage to rein in the attacks. Clearly, it's not just America versus Russia, or America versus China. It's even China versus Russia. And in the midst of these power battles, with no major power wanting to cede space to another, this leaves this region perpetually at risk of witnessing flare-ups as nations look to score points and settle long-pending issues.
And finally, among 2024's top 100 influential people in the world, named by Time magazine, is Indian origin chef Asma Khan. And on her unlikely journey from Calcutta tomboy to celebrated London chef, Asma Khan has shattered conventions and created new opportunities for women. My colleague Radhika Iyer met Asma Khan in London, who stands alongside other fellow Indians such as Alia Bhatt, Satya Nadella, among others.
In the heart of central London, one woman with her gang of many strong women is redefining and exhibiting Indianness like never before without a filter. I'm about to meet one of Time magazine's top 100 influential people, Asma Khan.
Heading to the bank with money and a lot of goodwill is Darjeeling Express, a restaurant in the heart of London specializing in Indian Mughlai and Bengali dishes. From kosher mangsho to momos to badami bengan to baba doi, you'll notice that they're all being made with heart by women. Some who have never been to college or university, some who have ran street businesses in Indian railway stations, and some who are qualified aspiring chefs. Restaurateur and author Asma Khan, a PhD in law, transitioned to being a chef. Her love for food, her upbringing in Kolkata, and her fond memories or stories during mealtime as a child inspired her to use Indian food as a tool to make a bigger statement on female power.
I was driven by the politics of injustice. I was driven by the recognition that in every house in India, it was a woman cooking or the matriarch, but when it came to restaurants, it was men. And why we were seen as unprofessional. Everyone wants our roti when it's free. No one wants to pay for our roti. And I just thought, this is so wrong. I sort of was driven really by deep sense of this mission that, I really want to do something. That it happened to be a restaurant, that happened to be food, was not really the intention. I was studying law. I did a PhD in law. So I was looking at it in a legal way to fight this, to fight injustice. But I really wanted to cook. And a lot of people were like, you're a lawyer and you've got a PhD, why do you want to cook? But I didn't fully think that this would ever happen. Then I thought, why don't I use this way of communicating, of using food as a language of love, but also using it as a battle cry for justice.
Asma is the second daughter to her parents. The 54-year-old says a second daughter is a regret many a time, more than a celebration. With a part of the profits she makes, Asma sends laddus and firecrackers to homes in India where second daughters are born to spread some cheer. While she is Time magazine's top 100 influential people of the year alongside Alia Bhatt, Satya Nadella among others, loved and celebrated in London, Asma has other plans for herself in the foreseeable future.
This is that scene from Swades. I feel the call to go home. Now, I'm getting emotional about that. At some point I will go. Because there is something very difficult when you live away for a long time. There is something about even the brick and the dust that flies, they recognize you when you're away. Over here, I can be wherever, I can be on any stage, I can have all the accolades, but I don't feel the earth recognizes me.
Radhika Iyer in London, NDTV.
Well, thank you for investing your time in watching this edition of The World 24/7 on the NDTV network. We'll keep tracking the latest developments for you. Do stay tuned.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
As citizens of this great nation, we have the power to shape its future. And one of the most crucial ways we can do that is by casting our vote. It's not just a right for every citizen, it's a responsibility. A responsibility to ourselves, to our communities, and to our country. So, I urge all of you to exercise your right to vote. I always ensure that I fulfill this duty to our country.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
A crucial BJP meet amid the ongoing Lok Sabha polls. BJP President JP Nadda and Home Minister Amit Shah meet the Chief Ministers. Sources say that the leaders discussed low voter turnout in Phase 1. Smriti Irani has hit out at Rahul Gandhi and Robert Vadra and questioned why Congress is still indecisive over Amethi. Smriti Irani said that democracy is like family football for Congress. Congress's South Goa candidate sparks a row after he says that the constitution was forced upon the Goans. And NDTV's special report from battleground Balurghat in West Bengal. Balurghat, remember, will vote in the second phase of the elections on 26th April. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and BRS says Kavita's judicial custody ends today in the Delhi liquor policy case. AIIMS doctors set to form a board to give medical report on Delhi Chief Minister. A top Tihar official says one rule for all amid the insulin row. Two Malaysian choppers collide mid-air, killing 10 people. Shocking footage of the collision caught on camera. The European Union has adopted new visa rules that will allow frequent travelers from India to apply for multiple entry Schengen visas with longer validity, easing travel to 29 European countries. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. Our top story: a crucial BJP meeting took place amid the ongoing Lok Sabha polls. BJP President JP Nadda and Home Minister Amit Shah, they met the Chief Ministers. It was an important meeting at the residence of BJP President with all the Chief Ministers. Arun Singh, Sunil Bansal, Vinod Tavre, Tarun Chugh, they were also present, apart from BL Santosh, Shiv Prakash, Dushyant Gautam and Ashwini Vaishnav, who were there in that particular meeting. And Maria Shakil joins us to get us more details. Maria, a crucial meeting ahead of the second phase of polling, and low voter turnout in Phase 1 was the big talking point.
Yes, so there are concerns, not just within the BJP, but concerns in other quarters as well. Look, Osama, BJP is a cadre-based party, so they maintain logs of sort, when it comes to mobilization of their voters and supporters to polling booth. So there are concerns, and in this very crucial meeting, which was held at JP Nadda's residence, which was attended by Home Minister Amit Shah and in charge of various states, and chief ministers of states were also present. Some of them, of course, general secretaries who are in charge of various responsibilities were in attendance as well. So there is this concern that of the significant chunk which went to polls on the first phase, why was there a voter turnout of roughly around 63%? Why did it go down so significantly? So there is this assessment that for the next few phases, which begins, of course, the second phase, which is on 26th and followed by 5 other phases, BJP doesn't want to leave anything to chance. So this is quintessential BJP style functioning, where after each and every phase, there is that assessment where they try and analyze as to what could have gone wrong and try and fix it for the phases which are going ahead. So, over 102 seats which have polled already, more than 400 in this parliament of 543 are still left. So the BJP wants to really course correct in terms of any mistakes if it would have happened, and also get an assessment from its people on the ground as to what are the talking points. The Prime Minister during the course of the rally in Rajasthan has talked about what he said was attempt at redistribution of wealth by the Congress party and how they have been trying to really, do politics of appeasement. Today, Home Minister Amit Shah has also said that this is the politics of appeasement that the Congress party has believed in. This is in reference to what P. Chidambaram, who is the head of the manifesto committee, actually said during the course of a press conference in Kerala yesterday. So I think overall the BJP realizing also this, that there is certain factors on the ground. You know, there is that issue which has been downplayed by Home Minister Amit Shah, though, of mobilization of the Rajputs. Is there some anger among them because of their representation or overall the number of candidates who have been fielded from this community going down? So all those aspects were something that would have been taken up. But yes, let's wait and see as to how the BJP re-energizes its cadres to ensure that when it is about that slogan of 400 Par, that can be achieved.
All right, Maria Shakil, thank you very much for getting us all the details. In fact, Maria did mention that after the Prime Minister, now the Home Minister has come out and hit out against the Congress manifesto, accusing the Congress of doing politics of appeasement. The Union Home Minister has hit out on Congress's manifesto, and he said that Congress manifesto's take on the CAA, and the Congress is focused on the politics of appeasement. This is what Home Minister Amit Shah has said. Moving on, the Prime Minister is currently speaking in Rajasthan, and this is Prime Minister Modi's development pitch in Rajasthan, a mega campaign rally that he's undertaking right now. Let's listen in.
कारण हुआ है, आपके कारण हुआ है। जो 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं ना, वो जो पुण्य है, उस पुण्य के हकदार आप हैं। जिस गरीब को पक्का घर मिला है, उसका जो पुण्य है, उस पुण्य के हकदार आप हैं। जिस गरीब को मुफ्त राशन मिला है, जिस गरीब का चूल्हा जलता रहा है, उसके कारण जो पुण्य मिला है, वो पुण्य के हकदार आप हैं, आपका वोट है। साथियों, 2014 में आपने मोदी को दिल्ली में सेवा का अवसर दिया, तो देश ने वो फैसले लिए जिसकी किसी ने कल्पना भी नहीं की थी। लेकिन आप सोचिए, अगर कांग्रेस 2014 के बाद भी और आज भी अगर दिल्ली में कांग्रेस की सरकार होती, तो क्या क्या हुआ होता? कांग्रेस होती तो जम्मू कश्मीर में आज भी हमारी सेनाओं पर पत्थर चल रहे होते। चलते कि नहीं चलते? कांग्रेस होती तो सीमा पार से आकर दुश्मन आज भी हमारे जवानों के सिर काटकर ले जाते। कांग्रेस सरकार कुछ न करती। कांग्रेस होती तो ना हमारे फौजियों को 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन लागू होती और ना ही हमारे पूर्व सैनिकों को 1 लाख करोड़ रुपया मिलते। कांग्रेस होती तो देश में आए दिन देश के कोने कोने में सीरियल ब्लास्ट, बम धमाके होते ही रहते, निर्दोष लोग मरते ही रहते। कांग्रेस ने तो राजस्थान में जो सीरियल ब्लास्ट हुए थे, बम धमाके हुए थे, उन दोषियों को बचाने का घोर पाप भी किया है। कांग्रेस होती तो कोरोना के समय ना किसी को मुफ्त राशन मिलता और ना ही किसी को मुफ्त वैक्सीन मिलती। कांग्रेस होती तो देश में महंगाई से हाहाकार मचा होता। कांग्रेस पार्टी देश की मुसीबत में अपने लिए भ्रष्टाचार के नए मौके तलाशती। और राजस्थान के मेरे भाइयों और बहनों, आप लोग तो कुछ महीने पहले ही कांग्रेस के पंजे से मुक्त हुए हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने सत्ता में रहते हुए जो जख्म दिए वो राजस्थान के लोग कभी भी भूल नहीं सकते। कांग्रेस ने महिलाओं पर अत्याचार के मामले में राजस्थान को नंबर 1 बना दिया था। और दुर्भाग्य देखिए, कांग्रेस के लोग विधानसभा में बेशर्मी के साथ कहते थे कि ये तो राजस्थान की पहचान है। अरे डूब मरो, ये शोभा नहीं देता है, ये शोभा नहीं देता है आपको। टोंक में किन असामाजिक तत्वों के कारण यहां की इंडस्ट्री बंद हो गई, ये भी आप जानते हैं। लेकिन आपने हमारे भजनलाल जी को सेवा करने का मौका दिया है। और जब से भजनलाल जी और उनकी टीम काम पे लगी है, माफिया, अपराधी राजस्थान छोड़कर भागने पर मजबूर है। पेपर लीक माफिया भी भजनलाल जी का कानूनी डंडा चलने के बाद ठंडा पड़ गया है। जबकि अभी तो इन्हें सिर्फ 3-4 महीने ही भजनलाल जी और उनकी टीम को हुआ है। जो अपराधी धोखे में है वो जान ले, ये भजनलाल जी है। अभी तो भजनलाल सरकार की गाड़ी चलनी शुरू हुई है, अभी तो टॉप गियर में आना बाकी है। साथियों, आज हनुमान जयंती पर आपसे बात करते हुए मुझे कुछ दिन पहले की एक तस्वीर भी याद आ रही है। हो सकता है आप में से बहुतों तक ये खबर नहीं पहुंची होगी। मीडिया का काम था ये बात पहुंचाए, लेकिन नहीं पहुंचाई होगी। वो तस्वीर है कांग्रेस के शासन वाले कर्नाटका की। कुछ दिन पहले वहां एक छोटा दुकानदार, उसको सिर्फ इसलिए बुरी तरह से पीटा गया, लहूलुहान कर दिया गया, क्योंकि वो अपनी दुकान में बैठे बैठे हनुमान चालीसा सुन रहा था। ये कांग्रेस की कर्नाटका की सरकार का काम देखिए। अपनी छोटी सी दुकान में एक गरीब आदमी भक्ति भाव से प्रभु हनुमान जी का स्मरण करते हुए हनुमान चालीसा सुन रहा था, उसको लहूलुहान कर दिया गया। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, कांग्रेस के राज में हनुमान चालीसा सुनना भी गुनाह हो जाता है। कांग्रेस के राज में अपनी आस्था का पालन करना भी मुश्किल हो जाता है। और राजस्थान तो खुद इसका भुक्तभोगी रहा है। अब सीधी सीधी बात है, जब उनके पार्टी, उनके सारे नेता प्रभु राम का मंदिर बने, प्रभु राम का प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का अवसर हो, मंदिर के लोग जाके रूबरू में आने के लिए निमंत्रण दे, सम्मानपूर्वक निमंत्रण दे और पब्लिकली उस निमंत्रण को ठुकरा दिया जाए तो उनके चेले चपाटे भी हनुमान चालीसा करने वालों को पीटेंगे कि नहीं पीटेंगे भाइयों। कुछ दिन पहले ही रामनवमी बीती है। कांग्रेस के जाने के बाद पहली बार शांति से शोभा यात्रा निकली है पूरे राजस्थान में, वरना पहले और चुनाव की आपाधापी गर्मी होने के बावजूद भी कांग्रेस ने तो और हमारे यहां तो सूरज की पहली किरण का स्वागत भी राम राम सा से होता है। राम राम सा, कोई किसी को मिले तो पहले मुंह से निकलता है राम राम सा। कांग्रेस ने तो राम राम सा कहने वाले राजस्थान में राम नवमी पर प्रतिबंध लगा दिया था। और हमारे किरोड़ी लाल ऐसे हर मुद्दे पर लड़ाई लड़ते थे। कांग्रेस ने शोभा यात्रा पर पत्थरबाजी करने वालों को सरकारी संरक्षण दिया था। इसी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने तुष्टीकरण के लिए मालपुरा, करौली, छबड़ा, टोंक, जोधपुर को दंगों की आग में झोंक दिया था। झोंक दिया था कि नहीं झोंक दिया था? झोंक दिया था कि नहीं झोंक दिया था? क्या ऐसे लोगों को माफ करोगे? अब भाजपा सरकार आने के बाद किसी की हिम्मत नहीं है कि आपकी आस्था पर सवाल उठा दे। अब आप चैन से हनुमान चालीसा भी गाएंगे और राम नवमी भी मनाएंगे, ये भाजपा की गारंटी है। साथियों, अभी परसों जब मैं राजस्थान आया था तो मेरा एक 1.5 मिनट का भाषण, 90 सेकंड का भाषण, और मैंने कुछ सत्य देश के सामने रखा और पूरी कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन में ऐसी भगदड़ मची है, ऐसी भगदड़ मची है। मैंने सत्य रखा देश के सामने। कांग्रेस आपकी संपत्ति छीनकर उनके खास लोगों को बांटने की गहरी साजिश रचकर बैठी है। 2-3 दिन पहले मैंने कांग्रेस की इस वोट बैंक की राजनीति, तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति का पर्दाफाश किया था। इससे कांग्रेस और उसको सिस्टम में उनको इतनी मिर्ची लगी है, इतनी मिर्ची लगी है कि वो हर तरफ गालियां देने में टूट पड़े। जो आए वो मोदी को गाली दे रहा है। मैं कांग्रेस से जानना चाहता हूं, आखिर कांग्रेस सच्चाई से इतना डरती क्यों है? कांग्रेस क्यों अपने नीतियों को ऐसे छिपाने में लगी है? जब आपने नीति बनाई है, निर्णय लिया है, तो अब जब मोदी जी ने खुल करके राज रख दिया आपका हिडन एजेंडा बाहर आ गया, तो अब कांप रहे हो? अरे हिम्मत है तो स्वीकार करो, हम आपसे मुकाबला करने के लिए तैयार हैं। मैं ये बात देश को साफ साफ बताना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के दलदल में इतना धंसी हुई है कि उसे बाबा साहब के संविधान की भी परवाह नहीं है। और आपको पता होगा, उन्होंने मैनिफेस्टो में तो लिखा है कि आपकी संपत्ति का सर्वे करेंगे, हमारी माताओं बहनों के पास जो स्त्री धन होता है, जो मंगलसूत्र होता है, उसका सर्वे करेंगे। और फिर उनके एक नेता ने तो भाषण में कहा, एक्सरे किया जाएगा, एक्सरे किया जाएगा। मतलब आपके घर में अगर बाजरे के अंदर डिब्बे में भी कुछ रखा है तो वो भी एक्सरे करके खोजा जाएगा। दीवार में कहीं रखा है तो उसको भी एक्सरे करके खोजा जाएगा। पूरा एक्सरे करने वाले की घोषणा की है और उनके नेता ने पब्लिकली कहा है। और फिर आपकी सारी संपत्ति, जरूरत से ज्यादा जो भी होगा वो उनका कब्जा करेगी उनकी सरकार, कहते हैं, और फिर लोगों को बांट देंगे। अगर आपके पास 2 घर है, यहां गांव में घर है, और बच्चों के लिए आपने जयपुर जोधपुर में अगर एक छोटा फ्लैट ले लिया है, तो एक्सरे करेंगे कि भाई 2 घर है, एक वापस दो, सरकार को दे दो। बताइए आपको मंजूर है क्या? ये मंजूर है क्या? क्या स्त्री धन पर हाथ लगा सकते हैं क्या? क्या मंगलसूत्र पर हाथ लगा सकते हैं क्या? ये पंजे की ये ताकत, भाइयों बहनों, राजस्थान में से एक भी पंजा बचना नहीं चाहिए भाइयों। अब देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने संविधान के साथ, बाबा साहब आंबेडकर के दिए हुए संविधान के साथ किस प्रकार से खिलवाड़ करने की कोशिश की। इस देश के में जब संविधान बना तब धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण का घोर विरोध हुआ था, ताकि हमारे एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी समुदाय को सुरक्षा मिलती रहे। लेकिन उन्होंने, मनमोहन सिंह जी ने भाषण किया था और उस सभा में मैं मौजूद था मुख्यमंत्री के नाते, मुस्लिमों का देश के संसाधनों पर पहला हक है, ये मनमोहन जी का बयान है। और ये संयोग नहीं था और ये अकेला बयान नहीं था। कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच हमेशा से तुष्टीकरण की रही है, वोट बैंक की राजनीति की रही है। 2004 में जैसे ही कांग्रेस की केंद्र में सरकार बनी, उसके सबसे पहले किए गए कामों में था, सबसे पहला काम था चुनाव जीतने के बाद, आंध्र प्रदेश में एससी, एसटी के रिजर्वेशन में से कमी करके मुसलमानों को रिजर्वेशन देने का प्रयास। ये एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट था जिसे कांग्रेस पूरे देश में आजमाना चाहती थी। 2004 से 2010 के बीच कांग्रेस ने 4 बार आंध्र प्रदेश में मुस्लिम रिजर्वेशन लागू करने की कोशिश की, लेकिन कानूनी अड़चनों की वजह से, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जागरूकता के कारण वो अपने मंसूबा जो लेके चले थे वो पूरे नहीं कर पाए। 2011 में कांग्रेस ने इसे देश में लागू करने की कोशिश की। एससी, एसटी को और ओबीसी को मिला हुआ अधिकार छीन करके वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए औरों को देने का खेल किया। कांग्रेस ने इतने प्रयास ये जानते बूझते किए कि ये सब संविधान की मूल भावना के खिलाफ था, लेकिन कांग्रेस ने संविधान की परवाह नहीं की, बाबा साहब आंबेडकर की परवाह नहीं की। जब कर्नाटका की बीजेपी सरकार ने, जब हमें मौका मिला तो हमने पहला काम किया, उन्होंने जो एससी, एसटी से छीन करके मुस्लिम कोटा निकाला था उसको हमने खत्म कर दिया और जिनका हक था उनका हित सुरक्षित रखा। तो कांग्रेस पूरे देश में आग बबूला हो गई। ये मोदी समझता क्या है? अरे मोदी संविधान को समझता है, मोदी संविधान को समर्पित है, मोदी बाबा साहब आंबेडकर की पूजा करने वाला व्यक्ति है। साथियों, सच्चाई ये है कि कांग्रेस और इंडिया अलायंस जब सत्ता में था तो ये लोग दलितों, पिछड़ों के आरक्षण में सेंधमारी करके वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के लिए उनकी खास जमात को अलग से आरक्षण देना चाहते थे, जबकि संविधान इसके बिल्कुल खिलाफ है। आरक्षण का जो हक बाबा साहब ने दलित, पिछड़ों और आदिवासियों को दिया, कांग्रेस और इंडिया अलायंस वाले उसे मजहब के आधार पर मुसलमानों को देना चाहते थे। मैं कांग्रेस को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस ऐलान करेगी कि संविधान में दलितों, पिछड़ों के आरक्षण को, आदिवासियों के आरक्षण को कम करके वो इसे मुसलमानों को नहीं बांटेंगे? जरा वह देश की जनता को वादा करो। कांग्रेसी जहां भी आए, आपको मोहल्ले में आ जाए, आपके घर में मिलने आ जाए, जरा खड़े रख करके पूछो, कर्नाटका, आंध्र जैसे राज्यों में इन्होंने आरक्षण को मजहब के आधार पर बांटने का खेल क्यों शुरू किया था? साथियों, कांग्रेस की इन साजिशों के बीच मोदी आज आपको खुले मन से गारंटी दे रहा है, दलितों, पिछड़ों और आदिवासियों का आरक्षण न खत्म होगा। ये मोदी की गारंटी है। आरक्षण न खत्म होगा और न ही उसे धर्म के नाम पर बांटने दिया जाएगा। ये मोदी की गारंटी है। 2020 में आरक्षण की संवैधानिक समय सीमा खत्म हो रही थी और उस समय आपने मोदी को सेवा के लिए बिठाया हुआ था। ये मोदी है जिसने दलितों, आदिवासियों का आरक्षण और 10 साल के लिए बढ़ा दिया था। साथियों, कांग्रेस कभी भी विकास के मुद्दे पर चुनाव नहीं लड़ती। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इतने दशकों तक आपको पीने के साफ पानी जैसी जरूरत तक से वंचित रखा। बीजेपी सरकार ने हर घर जल पहुंचाने के लिए जल जीवन मिशन शुरू किया, लेकिन राजस्थान में कांग्रेस सरकार ने उसमें भी हजारों करोड़ रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार कर दिया। कांग्रेस ने राजस्थान के लिए सबसे जरूरी ERCP प्रोजेक्ट को भी पास नहीं होने दिया। ये भाजपा सरकार ने, हमारे भजनलाल जी की मेहनत ने 3 महीने के अंदर ही ERCP परियोजना को पास कर दिया। ERCP का बहुत बड़ा लाभ टोंक, सवाई माधोपुर को मिलने वाला है। इसका बड़ा लाभ यहां के किसानों को होगा। यहां सवाई माधोपुर टोंक जिले में पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के करीब 1100 करोड़ रुपए सीधे ट्रांसफर किए गए हैं। राजस्थान में गेहूं का समर्थन मूल्य भी बढ़ाया गया है। साथियों, कांग्रेस को आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण से भी एलर्जी है। ये बीजेपी है आज पूरे देश में आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना रही है। देश का सबसे बड़ा दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे सवाई माधोपुर से होकर के गुजर रहा है। सरकार ने जयपुर सवाई माधोपुर रेलवे लाइन के दोहरीकरण की मंजूरी भी दे दी है। हमने दौसा गंगापुर सिटी से जुड़ी हुई रेलवे लाइन का दशकों से लंबित काम भी पूरा किया है। इस क्षेत्र में इलाज की बेहतर सुविधाओं के लिए एक मेडिकल कॉलेज भी बनाकर तैयार हो रहा है। साथियों, 24 के 20 चुनाव में राजस्थान में ये मेरी आखिरी सभा है। अब 26 अप्रैल को अगले चरण का मतदान है। बीते दिनों मुझे राजस्थान के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में जाने का मौका मिला है। अब कल शाम को तो शायद आपका प्रचार अभियान भी पूरा हो जाएगा। ये मेरी आखिरी सभा है। राजस्थान के मध्य सभी क्षेत्रों के लिए मैं उनके आशीर्वाद की कामना करता हूं, अधिकतम मतदान की कामना करता हूं। शादी ब्याह के दिन है, गर्मी भी बहुत है और ऐसे में हम राष्ट्र कर्तव्य न भूले, लोकतंत्र के हमारे दायित्व को न भूले, अधिकतम वोट करें, ये मेरा आग्रह रहेगा। आपने मुझे राजस्थान की यात्रा में मैंने देखा है, भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया है। ये आपका ये आशीर्वाद मेरी पूंजी है। आपके सपने मेरे अपने हैं। विकसित भारत के सपने को पूरा करने के लिए मेरा भी हर पल हर क्षण देश के लिए है। इसलिए 24/7 मैं 2047 के लिए काम कर रहा हूं। और बीते 10 वर्षों में जो काम हुआ है वो तो एक केवल ट्रेलर है। अगले 5 वर्षों में हमें देश को, राजस्थान को बहुत आगे लेकर जाना है। मेरा अनुरोध है, आप रिकॉर्ड संख्या में कमल के आगे का बटन दबाकर भाई सुखबीर सिंह जौनपुरिया समेत सभी बीजेपी उम्मीदवारों को संसद में भेजें। और ये हमारे जौनपुरिया जी सामान्य इंसान नहीं है। मैं पार्लियामेंट में उनको कहता रहता था कि ये जौनपुरिया नहीं, ये तो जानपुरिया है। ये जान भर देते हैं, जहां भी पहुंचते हैं जान भर देते हैं। ऐसे हमारे जौनपुरिया जी को, और आपका एक एक वोट सीधा मोदी को जाने वाला है। और मोदी आपके पास वोट मांगने आया है। आपको एक और काम करना है, करोगे? करोगे? घर घर जाकर कहना, मोदी जी आए थे, हर परिवार के लोगों को मोदी जी ने प्रणाम भेजा है, मेरा प्रणाम पहुंचा दोगे? मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। जो लोग अभी भी आ रहे हैं, मैं पहले से उनकी क्षमा मांगता हूं। मुझे जल्दी जाना पड़ रहा है, इसलिए मैं उनका इंतजार कर रहा हूं। ऐसा संभव नहीं था, फिर भी ये प्यार कम नहीं है जी। इतना बड़ा मैं लगातार देख रहा हूं, जुलूस आता ही चला जा रहा है। मैं फिर से उनका क्षमा मांगता हूं भैया। वो इतनी मेहनत करके इतनी धूप में आए हैं, लेकिन पहुंच नहीं पाए। मैं सर झुका करके उनको प्रणाम करता हूं, क्षमा मांगता हूं। बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, the Prime Minister there addressing a public rally at Tonk in Rajasthan. The Prime Minister in his rally today also recalled his speech where he criticized the Congress's manifesto and had accused the UPA governments of prioritizing the minorities when it came to all the welfare schemes. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, his election speech in Rajasthan's Banswara, it had raised a controversy over his reference to Muslims. This is what he also referred to in this rally itself. Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In our country, we choose our leaders, we decide who is going to be ruling the country, and it is something which is both a fantastic right, privilege, and we should also see it as our constitutional duty. So this election, I am going to be there, and I hope you all will join me in casting your vote too.
Biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
You know what time is it? क्योंकि अभी जो आपको मेरी स्माइल बता रही है, it's pretty obvious. The time is about Ask TG. This is a section जहाँ पे I try to answer all your questions जो आप पूछते हैं around your gadgets. अभी देखते हैं इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं और मेरे पास उनके क्या जवाब आपको मिलने वाले हैं। You know, I'll be very honest with you. अगर हम बात करते हैं एक affordable printer की with a low running cost, it doesn't go together, to be honest. या तो जो आपका प्रिंटर है वो अपफ्रंट थोड़ा ज़्यादा प्राइस आपको पे करनी पड़ेगी, उसके बाद विद टाइम द रनिंग कॉस्ट वुड बी रियली लो. अदरवाइज द काइंड ऑफ चीप प्रिंटर्स दैट यू गेट राइट अप फ्रंट, उनकी पर पेज प्रिंटिंग कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा होती है. दिस इज़ द हार्श रियलिटी ऑफ द कंप्लीट प्रिंटर इकोसिस्टम. सो इफ यू कुड प्लीज स्पेसिफाई योर बजट नेक्स्ट टाइम, दैट इफ योर बजट इज लेट्स से 5,000 or 10,000 or 15,000 रुपीज़, आई वुड बी इन अ बेटर पोजिशन कि मैं आपको एक ठीक जवाब दे पाऊंगा. बिकॉज एज ऑफ नाउ, to be honest, I'm not in a position to give you a right answer. And the simple reason is I don't know your budgets. At the same time, the running cost budget printer में usually high होती है if you compare. So I mean that's an honest answer.
Hi TG, could you please suggest me a phone between 20 to 25,000? I need it for gaming and occasionally clicking pictures.
Okay, so you need a phone for gaming, which simply means that performance has to be good. And today, honestly speaking, अगर हम बात करते हैं एक अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस वाले फ़ोन की, in this price bracket, the OnePlus Nord CE4 comes straight to my mind because the latest Qualcomm Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 processor. It's very powerful. You get amazing package altogether. So 25,000 के बजट में OnePlus Nord CE4 is a good bet.
Hello everyone. I urge each one of you to exercise your right to vote. Your voice matters and all our votes shape our collective future.
And breaking news coming in at this point of time, the Supreme Court has come down heavily on the misleading ads by Patanjali. The Supreme Court has said that they are not satisfied with Baba Ramdev's apology. They have also pulled up the centre and asked them to come clean on these misleading ads. Remember, the court had already rejected previous apologies by Ramdev and Balkrishna, noting that the letters were sent to the media first. The Supreme Court had told Yoga Guru Ramdev in the last hearing as well that while he has made a significant contribution in promoting yoga in the country, it was not ready to accept his apology in the contempt case against Patanjali Ayurved in connection with the misleading ads and COVID cure claims. And Sunil Prabhu joins us to get us more details. Sunil, the Supreme Court has repeatedly rejected these apologies. What can be expected now?
Well, I think firstly we must inform our viewers that the Supreme Court has widened the ambit. As you rightly pointed out about Baba Ramdev, about Patanjali, about Balakrishnan, clearly stating that they've seen those advertisements but not satisfied. They aren't as big as the crime that they committed, and it's in that context that his lawyer, Mr. Mukul Rohtgi, has said that we will file appropriate and fresh advertisements in the next hearing that is going to happen on the 30th and hopefully give a widespread advertisement saying that we have already spent 67 advertisements spending 10 lakhs of rupees and clearly the Supreme Court not happy with that. Having said that, the Supreme Court today took and has asked now various ministries, from the Consumer Affairs to the Commerce to the Health to the Ayush, impleading them in the case, saying that they've got some new letter which now Patanjali and others are, waving, saying that they are exempt under Rule 170 of the Drugs Act, which is under which the Delhi High Court and the Mumbai High Court, which has now become the case of point, misleading advertisements, as we saw in the case of, child Nestle, for example, where,
Yes.
we have seen now documentary proof where there have been, greater amount of sugar being given for Indian kids rather than those abroad. And it's in that same context that the Supreme Court has widened that ambit, wanting the centre now to come clean on these misleading advertisements and the portals, what they have done to help the general public. Then, of course, the Indian Medical Association themselves, their members, the doctors who are the petitioners in the case, because they say one thing on Patanjali, what do they say about the others? So they've widened the ambit, asked the Medical Council of India also to assist the court in this matter and explain what their members have been doing and whether they have also been party to this entire issue. So clearly the focus today, while the centre has been pulled up, they are not satisfied with Baba Ramdev. The Supreme Court is going tough on this important issue, which has a wider ramifications for all fast-consuming movable goods, which is known as fast FMCG. So these fast-moving consumer goods will now come under the ambit. They will have to ensure from the what is the Information and Broadcasting Ministry doing, what is the Commerce Ministry doing, what is the Health and the Ayush Ministry doing, apart from a host of other steps. So definitely a lot of steps being taken by the centre, apart from the State Licensing Authority, and wanting them to come clean on this important aspect.
All right, so the Supreme Court coming down heavily on these misleading ads, also pulling up the centre and asking them to come clean on these misleading ads. Sunil Prabhu, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. Now, as the BJP looks to defend its stronghold of North Bengal while the TMC tries to regain lost ground in the region in Balurghat, the Prime Minister campaigned for State BJP President Shukanta Majumdar, who is the incumbent MP from Balurghat. The Trinamool Congress has fielded State Minister Biplab Maitra to launch a challenge to Shukanta Majumdar. Here's a report.
The
Balurghat Lok Sabha constituency in West Bengal has become one of the most hotly contested seats, with state BJP President Shukanta Majumdar contesting on behalf of the BJP. And to campaign for him, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Balurghat as part of this Vijay Sankalp Sabha. Taking on Shukanta Majumdar is the Trinamool State Minister Biplab Moitro, but this seat is going to be a hotly contested seat, as it is going to see two very strong political personalities take on each other. For Shukanta Majumdar, this is a prestige battle. His political pitch is the Modi government's efforts to modernize and improve railway services to Balurghat. And the crowds at the Modi rally are an indicator that there is traction for his argument, a claim the Trinamool Congress challenges. But Shukanta Majumdar says just the amount of railway development will help him win, and the Prime Minister's campaign for him has ensured that. Not only lakhs turned up at the rally, but even the helipad was packed.
Today Narendra Modi ji addressed two rallies, one here and another helipad also. Yes. They are surrounding the helipad. I think almost 10 to 15,000 people are present there. कल हमने दिल्ली का यहाँ से एक ट्रेन मिला हमको. जनता बहुत खुश है. दिल्ली का ट्रेन कभी इस जिले से चलेगा हम सोच भी नहीं सकते. शियालदा बालूरघाट का तो उल्लेख माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया. बालूरघाट हिली के लिए हमने 500 करोड़ रुपया यहाँ से लाए.
अगले 5 वर्षों में भाजपा सरकार बंगाल और बालूरघाट के विकास के लिए हर प्रयास करेगी. ये मोदी की गारंटी है. Despite Shukanta Majumdar's confidence, the Trinamool candidate believes he has a chance to pull it off, which is why he's campaigning well after sunset, late into the night, in areas that he believes will deliver for him. For the Trinamool candidate, who's also a state minister, the challenge the party has entrusted him with is not easy.
It is a very contesting seat. I cannot say that it's a easy seat, but it will be owned by us, as actually the seat was ours. This time we have already prepared ourselves so that the seat may be recovered and it will be gifted to our beloved leader Srimati Mamata Banerjee.
বলে যাচ্ছি আপনাদের আবার, যদি আমি একটুও পলিটিক্স বুঝে থাকি আর বিজেপি চোখমুখের আতঙ্ক বুঝে থাকি এবং ওদের ভাষার যে কদাকার রুচি যদি বুঝে থাকি, তাহলে বলবো ইসবার बीजेपी नहीं होगा 205.
The Trinamool candidate also questions Shukanta Majumdar's performance as MP, but admits the Prime Minister's campaign will help him.
He always pretends that he is doing very much for the people.
He claims railways
of the people, and he claims also. But whenever he is asked that what you have done within your tenure of 5 years, but he is avoiding that. Prime Minister तो एक बड़ा नाम है हमारा देश का, तो ये ठीक ही है. ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर जब आएंगे उसको थोड़ा इन्फ्लुएंस तो होगा ही.
Both candidates in Balurghat are sons of the soil. Both claim to have delivered for their constituents, and both accuse each other of not doing enough for Balurghat. But in a hard-fought election like this one, the Balurghat seat is perhaps an indicator of how each and every seat is throwing up a battle. With camera person GD Shankar in Balurghat, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
As gold prices trade at their lowest level seen in over 2 weeks and witness a decline after weeks of a record-breaking spike in rates, Sakshi Bajaj takes us through the details on gold rates and what analysts make of this particular decline.
For those tracking gold prices, this of course does come as a fresh breather, yet gold prices have fallen over 2%. Gold prices are trading at their lowest level in over 2 weeks as concerns of an escalation in the Middle East have eased. Analysts of course believe that this does mean that investors will shift to riskier assets such as equities now. But remember, going forward, these rates will be tracked very, very closely, because remember, rising geopolitical tensions saw gold rates spike, and each day, each week, we would bring you reports on the record high prices. So of course, if gold prices continue to fall further and at this pace, analysts believe it could be a fresh opportunity for those looking to invest.
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-present.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide?
Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
I do hope all of you are going to go out and cast your vote, and especially the youth of the country. And the youth and the corporate citizens, people who work in our urban centers and companies. You know, we are the, in many ways, we actually are the generation which is going to build the country. So I do hope all of you get out and vote. It is not just our responsibility, but it's also our core participation in building the future country of our dreams. And I am today pledging to vote. My vote is in Punjab on 1st June. So I'm pledging here to vote, and I do hope all of you do the same. So I'm going to just sign this pledge to vote.
All right, breaking news coming in at this point. A landmark verdict has been given on the Dawoodi Bohra succession. Saifuddin, he stays the leader of Dawoodi Bohra community. The Bombay High Court has delivered its judgment in the landmark Sayyidina succession case of the Dawoodi Bohra community today. This after a decade-long legal battle. Remember, the trial had concluded in April 2023 and the order was reserved. That order has come today. The dispute, it's centered on the leadership of the Shia Muslim community in Mumbai, with two claimants vying for the position of the Dai al-Mutlaq, the spiritual head. And now the landmark verdict on Dawoodi Bohra succession is here. Saifuddin stays as the leader of Dawoodi Bohra community. In fact, Radhika joins us to get us more details at this point. Radhika, after a decade, the judgment is finally here. What more can you tell us, including the background of this particular case?
That's right. It was a decade-long battle as far as Dawoodi Bohra succession matter is concerned. In fact, Justice Gautam Patel has delivered his verdict today. In fact, the current leader of the community, Sayyidina Saifuddin, will continue to be the leader of the community. In fact, this was a suit that was filed in 2014. It was a suit that was filed by Qutbuddin against the appointment of Sayyidina Saifuddin, after which his son became the plaintiff. 2014, Qutbuddin, the original plaintiff passed away, after which his son took over the matter and continued to be the plaintiff in this case, challenging the appointment of the current Sayedna. Of course, the matter went on for 10 long years. The main contention was on the NAS that was sort of conferred. NAS is, of course, the official declaration of the successor, official declaration as the leader, as the title of the leader of this particular community. So there were technicalities as far as NAS conferment is concerned, whereby Qutbuddin as well as his son maintained that the NAS was conferred by the late Sayedna in private, in secrecy, and therefore they were the original the leaders. This, therefore, the appointment of Sayedna Saifuddin was challenged. Saifuddin maintaining that the NAS was not valid if it was conferred in secrecy. As far as the plaintiff is concerned, that it is not valid, and it was conferred in public to Saifuddin. Of course, the matter was heard in great detail. Several people were examined, many witnesses examined, several religious experts were also called in. This sort of divided the community also, but some sort of closure for sure, whereby Sayedna Saifuddin will continue to be the religious leader of the Dawoodi Bohra community.
All right, Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you very much for getting us all those details. So Dawoodi Bohra succession order has come. Saifuddin is set to continue as the leader of the Dawoodi Bohra community. Moving on to sports, Team India all-rounder spoke to NDTV about Delhi Capitals season, the impact player rule and how it is hurting the all-rounders and the buzz around the upcoming T20 World Cup. Listen in.
अक्षर, सबसे पहला सवाल यही होगा कि देखिए गेंदबाजी तो आप बहुत अच्छी कर रहे हैं, नो डाउट, लेकिन ऑलराउंडर के तौर पर आईपीएल जैसे टूर्नामेंट की अगर बात की जाए तो कितना चैलेंजिंग ये आपके लिए है?
आई थिंक बहुत चैलेंजिंग है अगर आईपीएल की बात करें, क्योंकि जिस तरह से इम्पैक्ट रूल भी आ गया है तो एक और बैट्समैन या कोई यूज़ कर सकता है। तो अभी ऐसा होता है कि लास्ट 2 साल से कि बैट्समैन पहले बॉल से हार जाते हैं। आपको ऐसा नहीं, आप कभी भी ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि आप ऐसा सोचे कि यार बैट्समैन अभी टाइम लेगा, वो अपना खेलेगा, तो उस वजह से बॉलर्स को प्रोएक्टिव रहना पड़ता है और बहुत चैलेंज होता है। तो बस बट मैं यही सोचता हूँ, मैं जब भी बॉलिंग डालने आता हूँ तो मैं यही सोचता हूँ कि मेरा रोल क्या है, टीम को इस टाइम पे क्या ज़रूरत है। अगर रन गए मेरे आगे, अगर मैं 6ठा ओवर डाल रहा हूँ और 5वें ओवर में अगर रन गए तो मैं यही सोचता हूँ कि इसको मैं पुल बैक कैसे करूँ। तो ये मुझे लगता है कि उसकी वजह से मेरे को और फ़ायदा मिलता है कि मैं और एक्टिव रहता हूँ, मैं ज़्यादा रन देना नहीं चाहता हूँ। और ऑब्वियसली इतने वीडियो फुटेज और सब है तो सबको आइडिया रहता है कि कौन सा बैट्समैन कहाँ ज़्यादा मारता है। तो मैं जो इतना हो सके उसको उसकी स्ट्रेंथ पे बॉल नहीं देना चाहता और एट द सेम टाइम मैं अपनी स्ट्रेंथ पे भी बॉलिंग डालता हूँ कि मैं ऐसा ना हो जाए कि उसकी स्ट्रेंथ के चक्कर में मैं अपनी स्ट्रेंथ पे बॉलिंग ना डालूँ। तो ये सब चीज़ें होती है और ऑब्वियसली अभी तक मेरे लिए सक्सेसफुल रही है जो भी मैं कर रहा हूँ।
रोहित शर्मा कहते हैं कि उनको इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर पसंद नहीं है। अक्षर पटेल की बात की जाए तो वो इसके फेवर में है या फिर नहीं?
नहीं, अगर अक्षर पटेल की बात भी करी जाए तो वो भी उसके फेवर में नहीं है, क्योंकि मेरे हिसाब से तो मैं एज अ ऑलराउंडर हूँ, मैं टीम में ऑलराउंडर की भूमिका निभाता हूँ। और एज अ ऑलराउंडर इम्पैक्ट रूल में यही होता है कि जब इम्पैक्ट यूज़ करते हैं तो कोई ऑलराउंडर यूज़ नहीं करते, या तो प्योर बैट्समैन या प्योर बॉलर यूज़ करता है। तो आई थिंक उसकी वजह से मैं फेवर में नहीं हूँ।
वर्ल्ड कप बहुत पास में है और आपको ऑलराउंडर के तौर पर टीम में देखा भी जा रहा है। अक्षर की बात की जाए तो आपकी क्या कुछ तैयारी?
आई थिंक अभी तक तो इतना सोच नहीं रहा हूँ वर्ल्ड कप के बारे में। ऑब्वियसली आईपीएल चल रहा है तो मैं आईपीएल के बारे में यही सोचता हूँ कि अगर मैं आईपीएल में अपना अच्छा दूंगा तो ऑटोमेटिक वर्ल्ड कप में जाऊँगा। तो मैं यही सोचता हूँ कि ये मैचेस है, मुझे ये करना है, 14 मैचेस की सीरीज़ है, तो अगर मैं कंटिन्यू अपना कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंस दिखाता रहूँगा तो ऑटोमेटिक जगह बन जाएंगी। तो उसके बारे में नहीं सोच रहा हूँ, क्योंकि उसके बारे में सोचूंगा कि यार मुझे सिलेक्ट होना है, उसके लिए मुझे परफॉर्मेंस करना पड़ेगा, तो मैं अपने आप पे ज़्यादा दबाव डाल रहा हूँ। तो बस वही है कि आईपीएल चल रहा है, आईपीएल पे मैं अच्छा करूँगा, अपने आप वो आगे का रास्ता बन जाएगा।
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav. Only on NDTV 24/7.
all use Google Translate for various requirements. अगर आपको check करना है that how to say I love you in Spanish, it's very easy. Just type it down and आपको Google बता देगा that I love you को Spanish में क्या बोलते हैं. या maybe you want to translate a phrase or something. It's very easy way to translate between languages. But did you know that you can also do this to your PDF documents? Well, ये एक बहुत ही interesting tip है. Just imagine that you have a long PDF document जो कि English में लिखा है and you want it to get translated into Hindi. अब ये एक तरीका है कि that you select the text, paste and then get the Hindi version and then paste again and whatever. But the easiest option is that just use the Google Translate option. वहाँ पे you have an option to upload a document. Just carefully upload your file and within seconds you would see आपको जिस language में अपना translation चाहिए, Google is doing that for you in just one click and you get a PDF right away. Well, formatting थोड़ा सा change हो सकती है तो एक बार आप उसको double check कर लें तो you will have a immediate copy of a document in the language that you want. Quite interesting tech tip, जरूर use करना, काफी time बचाएगी आपका.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Potentially misleading ads is what the Supreme Court has said today while grilling Baba Ramdev. The top court has asked if the apology was the same size as the ads that he had placed in the country. Now the apex court questions the government's action, asking the union must answer where the fault line really lies. Amit Shah attacks the Congress over CAA, says that the Congress is resorting to politics of appeasement. And while replying and responding to claims being made by Chidambaram, saying that the Congress will not come back to power and they will not repeal CAA. Prime Minister Modi hits out at the Congress again in Rajasthan. In the Congress rule, listening to Hanuman Chalisa becomes a crime is what the Prime Minister has said today. He also speaks about the kind of development that took place under the regime of the Congress party. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and DRS leader K. Kavita's judicial custody ends today in the Delhi liquor policy scam. And the AIIMS doctor have been asked to set up a board in order to give a medical report on the Chief Minister of Delhi. While a top official at the Tihar jail has gone on to say there's one rule for all, there are no exceptions being made as far as the insulin row is concerned. Now, Delhi's Chief Minister and Kavita's custody comes to an end, and so that matter will be coming up in court today. Two Malaysian choppers collide mid-air, killing 10 people. A shocking footage of the collision caught on camera. And it's battleground Balurghat in Bengal that goes to polls in the second phase of elections on the 26th, and NDTV gets you a special ground report. The European Union has now adopted new visa rules, and there's an ease when it comes to frequent flyers here from India to apply for multiple entry when it comes to Schengen visas with longer validity, easing travel for Indians to 29 European countries. Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have breaking news coming in as far as that landmark verdict is concerned on Dawoodi Bohra. This is the Dawoodi Bohra succession. Saifuddin has now will continue to stay on as the leader of the community. The Bombay High Court dismissed that challenge of the position as far as the 53rd spiritual leader of the Dawoodi Bohra community is concerned. Now, after a 10-year-long legal battle, the Bombay High Court today upheld Saifuddin as the position position as far as a leader of the community is concerned, dismissing his nephew's Fakhruddin's claims. So we have Radhika joining us to get us more on this. Radhika, it's taken 10 years, but finally the son will continue in the position as the leader of the community. This is the Dawoodi Bohra community, but a very long drawn battle there as far as that case is concerned.
It is a long drawn battle. In fact, it took 10 years for the verdict to come out today. Justice Gautam Patel delivered the verdict as far as the Dawoodi Bohra community succession case is concerned. This was in fact to do with a suit that was filed sometime in 2014 by Qutbuddin against the current leader, in fact Sayyidina Saifuddin. As far as this appointment is concerned, it had been called as something that was fraudulently done by Qutbuddin, and later, of course, after the passing away of Qutbuddin, his son Sayyidina Fakhruddin became the plaintiff and continued to maintain that this appointment was done fraudulently, and that in fact it was his father Qutbuddin who had been given the nas, which is the formal announcement or declaration of leader of the community, but it was done secretly. So therefore this was a long drawn process whereby several people were examined from the community. There were people who believed in ideology, ideology experts, nas experts were examined by Justice Patel to understand the validity of the nas. In fact, one side claiming that the nas was conferred, sort of secretly, privately, and therefore, Fakhruddin has to be made the leader, because Fakhruddin is the son of Qutbuddin, who was conferred the nas, and then, of course, it was passed on to his son. So, therefore, that was one of the side of the that was one side of the argument. And as far as Saifuddin is concerned, he maintained that the nas given to him was valid as it was conferred in the presence of several witnesses just before the late Sayyidina passed away in 2014. So yes, this had to do with a lot of technicalities when it came to the declaration of who the successor was, going on for several years. As I said, many witnesses were examined, many material evidence were also being examined and studied by the court. In fact, the verdict itself was reserved sometime in April 2023, 1 year after the verdict was reserved. Now the pronouncement of verdict had been whereby, of course, Sayyidina Saifuddin continues to be the leader of Dawoodi Bohra community. Now, will the other side, the plaintiff side, in fact, go ahead and file an appeal before a larger bench in the High Court or before the Supreme Court? That remains to be seen. But what we are hearing is that there could be an appeal filed by the plaintiffs. Of course, the bigger order, the detailed order is something that we are awaiting. On what grounds this entire suit was rejected, what were some of the observations that have been made, that we will get an idea of once the order comes out. But as of now, Sayyidina Saifuddin, who was conferred as the leader in 2014, will continue to be the leader of Dawoodi Bohra community.
Right. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details. Of course, let's also just listen in to what Anand Desai, the advocate for Fakhruddin, had to say.
Judgment court में इतना ही बोला कि we have not proved our case. Defendant has proved his case. उतना बोला है.
In other news now, hearing the misleading ads case against Patanjali Ayurved, the Supreme Court today asked if the size of an apology that was put out in the newspapers was similar to the full page advertisements of its products. Senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi, appearing for Patanjali founders Ramdev and Balkrishna, said that they filed a fresh set of apologies before the court. The bench asked why the apologies were filed yesterday and that it should have been done earlier on. Mr. Rohatgi said that the apology was published in 67 newspapers at a cost of 10 lakh rupees, but has the apology been published prominently is what was asked in court today. We have my colleague Sunil joining us. Sunil, the court had earlier said that the apology by Ramdev was a mere lip service. Now the court has come down heavily when it comes to diluting rules.
Absolutely. And in fact, firstly on the Patanjali ad and Baba Ramdev's apology, that saying that it is not just enough, in terms of how they've gone about the entire process. Is their apology as big as their advertisements? That was the question that the Supreme Court asked, and clearly the counsel himself understood and has said that they will make amends, and the hearing has been postponed for by a week, where they will make amends and file a fresh affidavit with the advertisements that have been made. The advertisements, just for your information and for the viewers, were only filed yesterday, a day ahead of the hearing. Having said that, the other issue, of course, is that they've widened the ambit, implemented the centre, taken this centre's counsel, made them to appear today who were not present in the court, made them hear. Mr. Nataraj, the Additional Solicitor General, was told very categorically, what have you done in terms of misleading advertisements? Because today it is Patanjali, as you have seen recently, it was Nestle in terms of Cerelac, and how children of this country are getting more sugar than others across the world. And it's in the same context that they said, what have you done about it? They've also didn't leave the petitioners in this case and asked them what steps have they taken in terms of the Indian Medical Association, implemented the Medical Council of India, asked their doctors to come and explain what steps have they taken. They also have been taking freebies and getting good gifts and everything else. All those points they want them to clarify. But more importantly on the centre, why are you trying to amend the rules which will allow FMCGs to get off the hook, be it in the Delhi High Court or in the Mumbai High Court, and allow, for example, a company like Patanjali to wave it around and show that now that they can be not persecuted for misleading advertisements. So asking the centre to come clean, to file an affidavit by the 7th of May and make it clear what it has to do in terms of policy to ensure that the livelihoods of people like you, me and others who become victims of false advertisements are not prey in future. And I think that's a critical aspect that the Supreme Court is looking into, getting into the wider ramifications and the ambit to ensure that people across the board and the general public are not fooled by misleading advertisements.
Right, and also, holding the centre responsible, asking the centre really, as far as the answers go, as to where the real fault line lies.
Absolutely. I mean, the question for the centre, and in this case, when you say something to Parliament that you are taking steps, you're going to do steps, and then suddenly turn around and, issue a notification. So the Health Ministry, what is the Consumer Affairs in terms of misleading advertisements? What is their role? What is the the Commerce Ministry in terms of import, export, in terms of standardization? What have they done? All these aspects, because this is an all-encompassing thing, so the government has to come clean on this aspect in terms of misleading advertisements and how it goes forward.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil, for getting us all those details. Moving on to more news, and this is Home Minister Amit Shah, who's attacked the Congress over CAA. The Congress resorting to a politics of appeasement is what Amit Shah had to say today. Well, this is also close on the heels of what was really said by P. Chidambaram, saying that the Congress will repeal CAA. So this is after the Prime Minister, now the Home Minister, coming out against the Congress's manifesto, accusing the Congress of doing a politics of appeasement, saying that the Congress party will not come back to power and nor will the CAA be revoked. Listen in.
कांग्रेस को बहुत तकलीफ पड़ रही है डेवलपमेंट के एजेंडे पर, विकास के एजेंडे पर चुनाव लड़ने में लगातार वो पराजित हो रही है। फिर से एक बार अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी के आधार पर वो आगे बढ़ना चाहती हैं। चिदम्बरम ये नहीं कहते हैं कि सीएए में क्या बुराई है, हम सीएए हटा देंगे। क्यों हटाना है? क्योंकि उनको अपनी माइनॉरिटी की पॉलिटिक्स करनी है, माइनॉरिटी वोट बैंक को मजबूत करनी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने सिद्धांतों पर अटल है। हम किसी के साथ अन्याय नहीं करेंगे, सबके साथ न्याय करेंगे, परंतु तुष्टीकरण भी किसी का नहीं करेंगे। कांग्रेस न सत्ता पर आनी है, न इनको ये फैसले करने हैं।
We have my colleague Vasudha joining us to get us more on this. Vasudha, Amit Shah there responding to P. Chidambaram's remarks that were made in Kerala regarding that if the Congress party came back to power, they would revoke a CAA. And it is now Amit Shah coming out, hitting out at the Congress party, talking about appeasement politics and also saying that it's not the Congress that will come back to power and that CAA will not be revoked.
Absolutely, Divya, and Congress is in a very tight position here because phase 2 is a lot about Kerala elections because 20 seats of Kerala will vote on 26th of April. And in Kerala, the Congress-led UDF is fighting the left party-led LDF, and the LDF has been attacking the Congress party for being very silent on the issue of CAA and NRC. It's been saying that, you've not said anything against CAA or for that matter, even UCC. And that is why Mr. P. Chidambaram responded yesterday, said that as soon as the government comes back to, if the Congress government comes to power, it will repeal the Citizenship Amendment Act, whose rules were notified recently. And now what has happened is the BJP has sort of latched on to this, and Amit Shah has issued a very strong statement against the Congress party, calling it appeasement politics. This is also being seen as the Home Minister backing the Prime Minister's comments issued in the last 2 days against the Congress. The Prime Minister made a very important remark in Rajasthan day before yesterday, saying that there is an attempt by the Congress party, if it comes to power, to redistribute the wealth of the poor citizens of the country. And in such an attempt, even the Mangal Sutra of Indian women will not be spared. Now, that was, of course, criticized by the opposition, but of course, that was attempted at making a very strong emotive pitch to his own voter base. Now, yesterday, Amit Shah said that the Congress party will not spare even the temples and monasteries of the country. Now, this, all is aligned with what the Congress party has promised in its manifesto of not just a caste census, but also an economic survey which will determine how wealth has been created in this country and the kind of inequality and inequity that exists in terms of wealth redistribution. And that, of course, has become the most recent political flashpoint between the Congress and the BJP.
Right. Thank you so much, Vasudha, for getting us all those details. And also, it's not just Amit Shah, but the Prime Minister also hit out at the Congress party yet again, questioning the development that's taken place under their leadership. The Prime Minister in Rajasthan has gone on to say that even listening to Hanuman Chalisa is a crime. Well, Rajasthan has been its sufferer for the first time on Ram Navami this year. Shobha Yatra procession was taken out in Rajasthan, and in a state like Rajasthan, where people chant Ram Ram, the Congress banned Ram Navami, is what the Prime Minister said. Let's listen in.
वो तस्वीर है कांग्रेस के शासन वाले कर्नाटका की। कुछ दिन पहले वहां एक छोटा दुकानदार, उसको सिर्फ इसलिए बुरी तरह से पीटा गया, लहूलुहान कर दिया गया, क्योंकि वो अपनी दुकान में बैठे बैठे हनुमान चालीसा सुन रहा था। ये कांग्रेस की कर्नाटका की सरकार का काम देखिए। कुछ दिन पहले ही रामनवमी बीती है। कांग्रेस के जाने के बाद पहली बार शांति से शोभा यात्रा निकली है। कांग्रेस ने तो राम राम सा कहने वाले राजस्थान में राम नवमी पर प्रतिबंध लगा दिया था।
The Prime Minister there hitting out at the Congress party. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
It's time to get to the tweet of the day by POTUS, that is the President of the United States, saying in March of 1933, when President Roosevelt outlined the Civilian Conservation Corps, he said, more important than the material gains will be the moral and spiritual value of such work. That's true of our climate fight, is what the President of the United States had to say.
Biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you
can count on us.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion? Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Tamil Nadu. The police said have filed FIR against the BJP's Tamil Nadu chief Annamalai, who has been booked for intent to incite clashes and for spreading rumours. The BJP president has been booked for posting false information regarding the death of a woman. He had taken to X on a Sunday and had alleged that the victim had been beaten to death by DMK men during a polling that took place. Now, in fact, Annamalai has alleged that the DMK cadre is behind the killing of that woman. But the police on the other side have claimed that the woman died in clashes over previous enmity. We have my colleague Sam joining us. Sam, after Annamalai's accusation, the police have filed this FIR. As far as the Tamil Nadu chief is concerned, he was earlier also booked for, violating the timing as far as campaigning is concerned. This time around, for spreading false information, claiming the death of this woman. Take us through the details.
That's right, Divya. That time earlier, it was for violating the moral code of conduct amid polls, and this time it's for spreading false information and what the police call as attempting to incite communities and also for spreading rumors. It's around the murder of a woman on the polling day. That's on Friday, that Annamalai had alleged that DMK cadre had killed this woman in Cuddalore district for what he calls voting for another party. And the police in Cuddalore deny these allegations. They say the investigation reveals that both groups involved in this particular murder had a previous enmity over teasing of a woman and also over not withdrawing a police complaint against a member of the other group. It was in this context what began as a wordy quarrel and argument, police say, developed into an attack between these two groups. And when this particular woman came to pacify both groups, she sustained internal injuries and ultimately she was declared dead by hospital when she was taken there. And police have booked Annamalai for attempting to incite communities and also for spreading rumors and for mischief with an intent to provoke communities. But Annamalai continues to hold to his earlier claims. Today he has shared a video which NDTV cannot independently verify, in which he claims a family member of this particular woman who was murdered alleges that the DMK people had murdered her, and not for any other motive but for voting against DMK to another party. And Annamalai has also added on the X platform that he would continue to expose the DMK, as he calls it, and the DMK Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who's campaigning to save India, he says, should first save Tamil Nadu from the DMK cadre, and nothing. Cases like this would actually budge or make him budge. And we'll have to wait and see how this case develops. But while many would expect the political temperature to simmer and calm down after elections in Tamil Nadu, it seems the BJP wants to keep the heat turned on against its political opponent, the ruling DMK, particularly as Annamalai campaigns in neighbouring states. Many see this as an attempt to keep the heat on against the India alliance that DMK is part of.
Right, thank you so much, Sam, for joining us with all those details. With that, we're slipping into a short break, but back with a whole lot more. Just stay with us.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
I have a right to decide who will run my country for the next 5 years. And for that, I need to vote. So I pledge to vote, and I encourage all my family members, all my colleagues at Hyundai Motor India, and of course, all the citizens of my great country to go ahead and vote. Vote now and vote forever.
Just as we spoke about the new nothing earphones, मुझे sound दिमाग में कहीं ना कहीं click कर रही थी, and sound से दिमाग में आया Siri, because all the iPhone users, at least the ones जो नया iPhone लेते हैं या फिर हो सकता है वो लोग जो काफी टाइम से iPhone को यूज कर रहे हैं, at times they tend to use Siri a lot. वो बार-बार बोलते हैं Hey Siri this, Hey Siri that, और बात करते रहते हैं अपने iPhone के साथ में आने वाले डिजिटल असिस्टेंट के साथ. But the question is, did you know which iPhone was it जिसके साथ में Siri was launched for the first time? You know what? Siri is quite old. She is actually 13 years old, and the simple reason is it was in 2011 that Siri came along the iPhone 4S for the first time ever. Now that time Siri was not that powerful, थोड़ा slow भी था. At the same time the functionality was quite limited.
Supreme Court grills Baba Ramdev on behalf of those misleading ads of his company Patanjali, saying that was the apology the same size as the ads that were placed in the newspaper. The apex court questions the government's action as well. The union must answer where the fault line is. Amit Shah attacks the Congress over CAA, says that the Congress is resorting to politics of appeasement, and talking about P. Chidambaram's comments of if the Congress came back to power, they would revoke CAA. Well, Amit Shah has gone on to say they're not coming back to power and CAA is not going anywhere. Prime Minister Modi hits out at the Congress again, and Rajasthan says in the rule of the Congress, listening to even Hanuman Chalisa became a crime. Minority appeasement charge at the Congress that is being levied by the Prime Minister. Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita's judicial custody comes to an end as far as the Delhi liquor policy scam is concerned. The AIIMS doctor said to form a board to give a medical report on the Delhi Chief Minister, and a top official at Tihar jail has gone on to say there's one rule for all, so there's no question of any rules being broken amid that insulin row that's taken place. Two Malaysian shoppers collide mid-air, killing 10 people. Shocking footage of that collision caught on camera. And it's battleground Balurghat, where Balurghat will go to vote during that second phase of elections on the 26th of this month on Friday. And we get you a ground report. Let's get to your top story, and that's Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and BRS leader K. Kavita's judicial custody comes to an end today in the Delhi liquor policy scam. Well, Kejriwal will be produced via video conferencing, and that's going to take place after 2 o'clock this afternoon. The AIIMS doctors are now, they've been asked to set a board in order to give a medical report on the Chief Minister on a daily basis, while Tihar jail official has gone on to say that there's only one rule for all and sundry, and no rule will be broken amid the ongoing insulin row. We have my colleague Aishwarya joining us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, what time is, that case coming up in court? We do know that Arvind Kejriwal will not be coming in personally, but, he will be part of this through a video conference. What about K. Kavita? Is she going to be there in court for that judicial custody that comes to an end today?
Well, both the accused in the alleged Delhi liquor policy case, K. Kavita and Arvind Kejriwal's judicial custody is ending today, and they will be produced before the Delhi Rouse Avenue Court. In the previous order by the Delhi Rouse Avenue Court, it was stated that Arvind Kejriwal should be produced via video conferencing, and that will happen post noon at around 2 p.m. That we are expecting the hearing on the judicial custody, which is ending today. Certainly, it would be Enforcement Directorate in Arvind Kejriwal's case will be asking for further custody, as it was stated time and again by the probe agencies, be it the CBI or the Enforcement Directorate in the Rouse Avenue Court, that the investigation currently is at a very crucial juncture, and bail should not be given given to both of the accused. It was stated by the probe agencies that Arvind Kejriwal is the main conspirator and kingpin of the entire excise policy scam. On the other side, it is K. Kavita who is also being questioned, just not by the Enforcement Directorate earlier, but by the Central Bureau of Investigation as well. And K. Kavita's role has emerged as the key leader of the South Group, who had contacted the Aam Aadmi Party and connected with them and gave kickbacks of rupees 100 crores to the Aam Aadmi Party, to which the entire money went to Goa elections. And K. Kavita had a very crucial role. In fact, there were several instances in the past in the investigation where the probe agency has stated that K. Kavita had been present in the meeting with the Aam Aadmi Party leaders who had now been arrested in this case as well. So in all likelihood, it would be the probe agencies who will seek further custody of Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita. It now depends on the judge that what orders comes out. But this entire hearing amid the entire controversy of insulin of Arvind Kejriwal as well.
Right, Shara, also the timing of this is very crucial given the fact that on the grounds that Arvind Kejriwal was appealing to court, was saying that, it's time for elections, he needs to be out campaigning. Of course, elections are underway. We are headed into the second phase of the elections with Arvind Kejriwal behind bars.
Well, certainly, and that's what the case with K. Kavita as well. Both the leaders have stated in the interim bail application that was posted in front of the Rouse Avenue Court judge, in which they have stated that K. Kavita on one side is a star campaigner of BRS, and she needs to go to fight elections for her party and to campaign, and that's one of the reasons, one of the grounds that K. Kavita has put forward, but that was outrightly rejected by the Rouse Avenue Court as well. On the other side, it is Arvind Kejriwal who had also stated that because the Aam Aadmi Party is in fray of different states, and it is him who should go ahead and to campaign for his party. But those grounds was also not heard by Rouse Avenue Court. In fact, remember, it is Arvind Kejriwal who had been stating that his health condition is not very good in Tihar prison, although yesterday the order came from the Delhi Rouse Avenue Court that a board will be constituted under the surveillance of the AIIMS director, and that will advise that what medications needs to be given. The sources within the Tihar authorities clearly stating that yesterday a low-grade insulin was given to Arvind Kejriwal, but Enforcement Directorate completely had opposed that in the court as well, stating that Arvind Kejriwal is doing all of these things to prepare grounds for his bail. But that has not happened. Today, it's the judicial custody which is ending of both the leaders, and we'll get to know in some time from now that whether the custody of Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita gets extended or not.
Right, thank you so much, Sharif, for joining us with all those details. We will keep tracking the story and coming back to you for more on that. Let's just listen to what the jail authorities have to say in regard to that insulin demand that's being made by the Aam Aadmi Party.
दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री केजरीवाल को लेकर आम आदमी पार्टी कभी आरोप लगाती है कि जेल में उनको जान से मारने की साजिश हो रही है, तो कभी आरोप लगाती है कि उनको इंसुलिन नहीं दिया जा रहा है। इन तमाम मसलों पर बात करने के लिए मेरे साथ डीजी तिहाड़ संजय बेनीवाल सर हैं, उनसे बात करते हैं जो हमारे साथ में हैं। सर, आम आदमी पार्टी लगातार कई तरह के आरोप लगा रही है कि जेल में केजरीवाल को मारने की साजिश है, क्या कहना है आपका इस पर?
I am a government official and I work according to my rules, regulation, मुझे वही पता है। मैं राजनीति में नहीं हूँ, इसलिए राजनीतिक मुद्दों पे मेरा कमेंट करना उचित नहीं।
सर, जेल में जब कोई बीमार होता है तो उसको क्या उसका मैनुअल होता है, क्या कहाँ कुछ दिखाते हैं? केजरीवाल की तरफ से लगातार ये कहा जा रहा है कि उनको इंसुलिन नहीं दिया जा रहा है।
देखिए, व्यक्ति विशेष के प्रति हम कभी भी जेल में बात नहीं करते। आपने यदि आपके जो व्यूअर्स हैं उन सभी को एक बात बताना चाहूँगा, जेल में लोगों की स्वास्थ्य का, उनके मानसिक विकास का, उनकी शिक्षा के विकास का, उनको ऐसी ट्रेनिंग देना कि ताकि वे बाहर निकल के कारगर रोज़गार को उनको मिल सके, ये हमारा निरंतर प्रयत्न रहता है और ये सबके लिए एक जैसा होता है। आपने अभी हेल्थ फैसिलिटीज़ के बारे में प्रश्न किया। हर जेल में एक डिस्पेंसरी होती है जिसमें 8 या 10 जगह के अनुजय बेड्स भी होते हैं ताकि किसी को ज़रूरत हो तो उसको इस्तेमाल किया जा सके। केमिस्ट की शॉप भी होती है जिसमें सारे अंदर दवाइयाँ स्टॉक के, एक केमिस्ट भी होता है जो उनको इशू कराता है। डॉक्टर्स हैं, नर्सिस होते हैं, ऑर्डरलीज भी होते हैं नर्सिंग के। तो जब उससे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत होती है तो हमारे यहाँ तिहाड़ में 120 बेडेड और मंडोली में भी एक हॉस्पिटल है जहाँ पे काफ़ी हद तक के ये ऑपरेशंस उपचार किया जाता है। इसके बाद भी आगे किसी और समस्या ज़्यादा गंभीर हो तो हमारे यहाँ रेफरल हॉस्पिटल्स होते हैं, जैसे तिहाड़ के लिए DDU है, मंडोली के लिए GTB है और LNJP है, RML है, सफदरजंग है, AIIMS है। तो इनके एक्सपर्ट्स भी यदा कदा आते रहते हैं। जैसे डेंटिस्ट आते हैं, ऑर्थोपेडिक्स के आते हैं, आई सर्जन्स आते हैं, कोई 2 हफ्ते में आता है, कोई हफ्ते में आता है, या हमें उनको वहाँ पे भेजना पड़ता है ताकि लोग उसका उनको डॉक्टर्स को दिखा सकें। ये एक सामान्य प्रक्रिया जो होती है। तो एक हमारा जेल का, फिर एक कॉम्प्लेक्स का, उसके बाद फर्स्ट रेफरल, सेकंड रेफरल, ये सारे इनके एक्सपर्ट्स भी हमारे उस पर ही होते हैं। जब ज़रूरत होती है हम उनको कंसल्ट भी करते हैं। तो ये सुविधाएं सब के लिए एक समान है और सब इसका इस्तेमाल भी बखूबी करते हैं।
Switching tracks now, under a new visa regime issued by the EU, Indian nationals can now apply for a multiple entry Schengen visa with longer validity. Indian nationals residing in India can now be issued long-term multi-entry Schengen visas valid for 2 years after lawfully obtaining and using 2 visas within the previous 3 years. This initial 2-year visa can then be followed by a 5-year visa provided that the passport has sufficient validity remaining. To get more on this, we have Rohit Sharma, immigration expert, joining us. Rohit, for our viewers, help us understand the rules for visas that existed earlier and what does this change mean for frequent flyers?
Yeah, thank you, Divya, for calling me for the show. Indeed, it's a very encouraging development for people who are looking towards Schengen countries. Now, the significant change is that prior to this change, when anyone is applying for this Schengen visa, it was actually used to be issued for a period for which the person is applying for it. It could be for 15 days, 20 days, or at max 30 days. Right now, if you're taking a Schengen visa, you are actually looking at 29 European countries as well. So it was a very short duration for any traveler to travel to these countries. Now, what has happened is European Union, in fact, has come up with a very significant change where they are willing to issue a visa for 2 years. What it means that, you need not to now apply for your visa as frequently as used to earlier, like, after 30 days or 15 days. So you can have a 2 years.
Talk us through, what about first timers? What rules apply to them?
Yes, as regard the first timer are concerned, if they are having, the rule is very clear on this, if they are having, in the last 3 years, 2 of the travel history towards Schengen countries, then they can simply apply for a 2 years multiple visa. So
Right,
that's an advantage.
Right.
And this 2 years,
so it's not
and this 2
applicable
years
to
will be
first
for the,
timers. The United States has given some of the applicants, visa validity that goes up to about 10 years. Could this be a step in the same direction, perhaps going forward?
Right now, it is moving towards the direction of 5 years. Like, let's hope for the best. In days ahead, it might just jump on to 10 years as well. This
doesn't include United Kingdom's visa that faced huge problems last year in terms of how long it was taking for people to get the visa. Can we expect this to help other countries perhaps ease certain restrictions as well?
See, I think, when Schengen countries have come forward, and are willing to open up to 5 years, 2 years, followed by another 3 years, this itself is something, for travelers to relish. Yes, UK obviously is continuing to be a different entity, but the world is beginning to become closer over the years now. It is really getting close and close. So in days ahead, we are very hopeful that more and more countries will follow these easy visa policies for the travelers.
There be a fee hike considering that this is going to be multiple entry when we talk about the Schengen visa, which will be valid at least for 2 years, if not more. So will the visa fee now be hiked as well?
Yeah, obviously that is there. You can't get everything, this itself is a big, relief for travelers, I can tell you, because, earlier, like getting a visa for 7 days, 10 days, 14 days, you can understand the traveler there, and suddenly if there is a situation, he can't, then he's looking at the visa date, he's coming back, he's going back again. So all those things were happening. So with this, yes, visa fee obviously there will be hike in the visa fee as well. But for 2 years, you are simply secured. Specifically for the people who are into trades, they keep traveling for their businesses and all. And I was actually expecting this to happen, because if you actually see last year, financial year information itself, where India and European Union financial trade volume has touched all-time high. So it was on the card. And with EU and India strengthening up, the mobility and migration policies, this is one step forward towards that.
Right, and also the timing of this, given the fact that we are getting into peak summer and, everybody wanting to take holidays at this point in time, this is definitely going to ease visa issues when it comes to the Schengen countries. Those are the 29 countries. Rohit, just name the countries that this includes, and of course, barring the United Kingdom.
Yeah, see, as regard, you rightly said, with summers coming up, Europe, in fact, is a beautiful destination. Whether you go for, beautiful landscapes, or you go for the ice mountains, or you go for the, 400 beautiful heritages of UNESCO's. So Europe is one destination, 8 hours of flight. People actually opt for countries like France. They look forward to Spain, Norway, Turkey. So there is no end, there are 29 countries I'm talking about. You can look at Belgium, you can look at beautiful Holland. So across these nations, you can take one visa, open to all these countries.
Right. Thank you so much, Rohit, for joining us with all those details. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more to stay with us.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
As citizens of this great nation, we have the power to shape its future. And one of the most crucial ways we can do that is by casting our vote. It's not just a right for every citizen, it's a responsibility. A responsibility to ourselves, to our communities, and to our country.
Welcome back. Now let's get you news coming in of the cake that was linked to the death of a 10-year-old girl from Patiala that was baked with a high concentration of artificial sweetener. The girl's entire family fell ill after consuming that cake, but it was a girl who died. Here is a report at the details that have now emerged from that artificial sweetener that was found in the cake.
An innocent life lost due to high concentration of artificial sweetener. Now a government report seems to have nailed the culprit. 10-year-old Manvi from Patiala had died just hours after eating a cake. In fact, the girl's entire family had fallen ill after eating the chocolate cake ordered online from a baker. A sample of the cake was collected for testing and the report has now appeared. The report shows a high amount of saccharin, a sweet-tasting synthetic compound which could have been an added factor that led to the death. The district health officer Dr. Vijay Jindal told NDTV, while small amounts of saccharin is used in food and drinks, high levels of it can be dangerous. Officials said action will be taken against the bakery soon and a fine may be imposed. The bakery owner has already been booked.
उसमें हमने तो जो बेकरी से सैंपल उठाए थे उनकी रिपोर्ट अभी आई है उसको हम एग्जामिन कर रहे हैं अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट ਉਹਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਸੈਕੰਡਲੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੋਰੈਂਸਿਕ ਲੈਬ ਨੂੰ ਕੇਕ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਆਉਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੀ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਉਣਗੇ
Not only this, a few days back, new case has come up in Patiala, where a toddler fell ill after eating an expired chocolate sold by a shopkeeper. The latest incident has also sparked a protest in the area. Meanwhile, authorities have said that action will be taken on those selling expired products.
28 ਆਈਟਮਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦੋ ਤਿੰਨ ਆਈਟਮਾਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੀਜ਼ ਕਰ ਲਈਆਂ ਬਟ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਿੰਨ ਸਾਡੇ ਫੂਡ ਸੇਫਟੀ ਅਫਸਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਟੀਮ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਭੇਜੀ ਹੈ ਵਿਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੰਪਲੇਂਟੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਾਲ ਕਰ ਲਿਓ ਤੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਾਲ ਕਰ ਲਿਓ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਥਾਰੋਲੀ ਟੈਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਐਕਸਪਾਇਰ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ
We had conducted the inspection also and taken the samples also. They have been sent to the lab for testing. And at the same time also FIR was lodged and the persons were also arrested, so that part was taken care of. The second one, it's too early to basically, our teams did go there, we collected some expired samples also.
The local administration has already started taking action against this shop, Naran Singh and Sons, because from here the family had taken a chocolate which has found expired, and because of that expired chocolate, when one toddler had taken, the toddler immediately got hospitalized because he had fallen ill, and after that the parents, they reported this matter to the local administration also. We can see this shop has been shut down here at this point of time. We are reporting from the same shop from where the chocolate was taken by the family from here, and finally they learned that it was an expired chocolate. What we have learned, the local administration has already conducted inspection inside this shop, and they, during the inspection they have also realized that maximum articles were expired, so that's why they have taken all the samples from this shop, and the top officers of Patiala administration, they say the action will be taken against them once they will be able to get the report from the concerned authority. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Patiala, Punjab.
Switching tracks now as the BJP looks to defend its stronghold of North Bengal while the TMC tries to regain lost ground in the region. It's Balurghat, the Prime Minister campaigned for the state BJP President Sukanta Majumdar, who is the incumbent MP from Balurghat. The Trinamool Congress has fielded State Minister Biplab Mehta to launch a challenge to Sukanta Majumdar, and it is Balurghat seat that is going to polls in the second phase on the 26th of this month.
The Balurghat Lok Sabha constituency in West Bengal has become one of the most hotly contested seats, with state BJP President Sukanta Majumdar contesting on behalf of the BJP. And to campaign for him, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Balurghat as part of this Vijay Sankalp Sabha. Taking on Sukanta Majumdar is the Trinamool State Minister Biplab Mehta, but this seat is going to be a hotly contested seat, as it is going to see two very strong political personalities take on each other.
For Sukanta Majumdar, this is a prestige battle. His political pitch is the Modi government's efforts to modernize and improve railway services to Balurghat. And the crowds at the Modi rally are an indicator that there is traction for his argument, a claim the Trinamool Congress challenges. But Sukanta Majumdar says just the amount of railway development will help him win, and the Prime Minister's campaign for him has ensured that. Not only lakhs turned up at the rally, but even the helipad was packed.
Today Narendra Modi ji addressed two rallies, one here
and another helipad also.
Yes.
They are surrounding the helipad. I think almost 10 to 15,000 people are present there. कल हमने दिल्ली का यहाँ से एक ट्रेन मिला हमको. जनता बहुत खुश है. दिल्ली का ट्रेन कभी इस जिले से चलेगा हम सोच भी नहीं सकते. शियालदह बालूरघाट का तो उल्लेख माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया. बालूरघाट हिली के लिए हमने 500 करोड़ रुपया यहाँ से लाए.
अगले 5 वर्षों में भाजपा सरकार बंगाल और बालूरघाट के विकास के लिए हर प्रयास करेगी. ये मोदी की गारंटी है.
Despite Shukanta Majumdar's confidence, the Trinamool candidate believes he has a chance to pull it off, which is why he's campaigning well after sunset, late into the night, in areas that he believes will deliver for him. For the Trinamool candidate, who's also a state minister, the challenge the party has entrusted him with is not easy.
It is a very contesting seat. I cannot say that it's a easy seat, but it will be owned by us, as actually the seat was ours. This time we have already prepared ourselves so that the seat may be recovered and it will be gifted to our beloved leader Srimati Mamata Banerjee.
বলে যাচ্ছি আপনাদের আবার যদি আমি একটুও পলিটিক্স বুঝে থাকি আর বিজেপি চোখমুখের আতঙ্ক বুঝে থাকি এবং ওদের ভাষার যে কদাকার রুচি যদি বুঝে থাকি তাহলে বলবো ইসবার बीजेपी नहीं होगा 200
The Trinamool candidate also questions Shukanta Majumdar's performance as MP, but admits the Prime Minister's campaign will help him.
He always pretends that he is doing very much for the people.
He claims railways.
Of the people, and he claims also. But whenever he is asked that what you have done within your tenure of 5 years, but he is avoiding that. Prime Minister तो एक बड़ा नाम है हमारा देश का, तो ये ठीक ही है. ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर जब आएंगे उसको थोड़ा इन्फ्लुएंस तो होगा ही.
Both candidates in Balurghat are sons of the soil. Both claim to have delivered for their constituents and both accuse each other of not doing enough for Balurghat. But in a hard-fought election like this one, the Balurghat seat is perhaps an indicator of how each and every seat is throwing up a battle. With camera person GD Shankar in Balurghat, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Now, as gold prices trade at their lowest level seen in over 2 weeks and witness a decline after weeks of a record-breaking spike in rates, my colleague Sakshi Bajaj takes us through the details on gold rates and what analysis to make of this decline.
For those tracking gold prices, this of course does come as a fresh breather, yet gold prices have fallen over 2%. Gold prices are trading at their lowest level in over 2 weeks as concerns of an escalation in the Middle East have eased. Analysts of course believe that this does mean that investors will shift to riskier assets such as equities now. But remember, going forward, these rates will be tracked very, very closely because remember, rising geopolitical tensions saw gold rates spike, and each day, each week, we would bring you reports on the record high prices. So of course, if gold prices continue to fall further and at this pace, analysts believe it could be a fresh opportunity for those looking to invest.
Thank you, Sakshi, for getting us all those details. And as India heads towards the second phase of polling for the 18th Lok Sabha, it's both a privilege and a duty to vote. Unfortunately, urban areas often see low voter turnout, including amongst those who are going to office. Now, NDTV, with the support of prominent corporate citizens, is launching a campaign to urge voters to cast their ballots. Our Pledge to Vote campaign aims to boost voter participation in the grand democratic exercise. You can get onto our website, ndtv.com/pledge to vote, and take the pledge. Don't forget to share that on social media.
I pledge to vote and encourage all my colleagues at Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies to exercise their voting rights. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. I would also urge everyone else to vote. We are thrilled to join NDTV's Pledge to Vote campaign and help spread the word in the corporate world and beyond.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
In our country, we choose our leaders, we decide who is going to be ruling the country, and it is something which is both a fantastic right, privilege, and we should also see it as our constitutional duty. So this election, I am going to be there, and I hope you all will join me in casting your vote too.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024. Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
The Bombay High Court dismisses a suit challenging Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin's position as the 53rd religious leader of the Dawoodi Bohra community. Sayyid Saifuddin to continue as the leader of the Bohra community. In the Patanjali misleading advertisements case in the Supreme Court, the court continues to grill Ramdev, asking why the apology was not the same size as the advertisement. The Supreme Court has also questioned the central government, saying the union must answer where the fault lines are. The courts also pulled up doctors at IMA, saying, why should we not turn the beam at you? Fingers are pointing at you too for unethical conduct. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and BRS's K. Kavita's judicial custody ends today in the Delhi liquor policy case. AIIMS doctors will set up a board to give medical report to the Delhi Chief Minister. The top Tihar official says it's one rule for all amid the insulin rout. And if you are planning to travel to Europe this summer, it's good news for you. The European Union has adopted new visa rules that will allow frequent travelers from India to apply for multiple entry Schengen visas with a longer validity, easing travel to 29 European countries. Welcome back. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Rishika Barua. The big focus for us this afternoon, of course, is the verdict in the Dawoodi Bohra succession row dispute over the leadership, which has in fact continued over a period of time, has finally been put to rest by the apex court with a landmark verdict on the Dawoodi Bohra succession row. Saifuddin will stay as the leader of the Dawoodi Bohra community. This is the leadership dispute, remember, that was first being heard in the Bombay High Court, which dismissed the suit challenging Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin's position as the 53rd spiritual leader of the Dawoodi Bohra community. After a 10-year-long legal battle, the Bombay High Court today has upheld Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin's position as the leader of the community, dismissing his nephew Fakhruddin's claim. We have Radhika joining us with the very latest, because this of course has far-reaching consequences and impacts. Before we go across to Radhika, let's just play out for you the reactions coming in.
ग्राउंड क्या दिया है डिस्कस करने को?
ग्राउंड दिया नहीं अभी, वो जजमेंट का कोर्ट में इतना ही बोला कि वी हैव नॉट प्रूव्ड आवर केस, डिफेंडेंट हैज प्रूव्ड हिज केस, उतना बोला है.
Radhika, it's a crucial decision by the Bombay High Court rejecting this entire succession suit that's actually gone on forever. It's been going on for over a decade. What does this mean for the community now that this dispute is settled? Break it down for us.
Certainly, it was a long-drawn battle. It went on for almost 10 years. This is the Dawoodi Bohra succession battle. Now, to give you a background, as far as the entire community succession battle is concerned, of course, this was in 2014 when the late Sayyidina had passed away, after which his son, Sayyidina Saifuddin, had in fact taken over the reins and became the new leader of the community, which was in fact sort of challenged by late Sayyidina's half-brother. In fact, late Sayyidina's half-brother is the original plaintiff in the case, who had filed this plaintiff challenging this appointment of Sayyidina Saifuddin as far as this case is concerned. Post the passing away of Qutbuddin, who is the half-brother, his son took over and became the plaintiff of the case. In fact, the contention is that the nas that was conferred, nas is the formal announcement of the succession. The nas that was conferred on Sayyidina Saifuddin, who is the current leader, was in fact void and was also done with malified intention and was not done the way it was supposed to be done. So therefore, that was the contention, and also going on to say that in fact late Sayyidina had conferred the nas on Qutbuddin. In fact, it was done secretly. Therefore, he is supposed to be the right leader of the community, and that this nas was transferred to his son, which is why the son became the plaintiff in the case. So there is a lot of technicality involved as far as the conferment of nas, which is the announcement of declaration of the successor, is concerned. So that is as far as the entire technicality is concerned, for which Justice Patel had in fact called upon several religious experts, leaders, and many who are experts in ideologies and other processes within the Shia community as well. So that was done over a course of several years, and now of course the judgment coming in favor of the current leader of the community, which says that the current leader will continue, and also Justice Patel going on to say that this was done as neutrally as possible without hurting any sentiments, and also what was taken into consideration was proof and not faith. So the proof with respect to whether nas was valid, when was it conferred, and who were the witnesses to the nas, be it with respect to the late leader's half-brother is concerned, or with respect to late leader's son, who is the current leader, and so on. So all the aspects were taken into consideration before the verdict came out. This had divided the community, may continue to divide the community as well, because several were in favor of the current leader, and many, which is a small community, which was in favor of the plaintiff as well, who was aspiring to be the leader. So yes, so a landmark judgment coming 10 years after the original suit was filed.
All right, thanks very much, Radhika, for joining us. This, of course, is a huge development that we're reporting on, a decade-old dispute there finally being settled by, of course, the Bombay High Court there. We'll track that story very closely. Thanks very much for that update. From a landmark verdict in the Bombay High Court, let's now shift our focus to what the Supreme Court has now said on the ongoing Patanjali case. Hearing the misleading ads case against Patanjali Ayurved, the Supreme Court today asked if the size of the apology that it put out in the newspapers today was similar to its full-page advertisements of its products. Senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi, who's appearing for Patanjali and Ramdev, in fact said that they have filed a fresh set of apologies before the court as well. The bench asked why the apologies that were filed yesterday and that it should have been done earlier. So questioning A, the timing of the apology, and B, the size of the public apology that was put out in the newspapers and whether that's actually comparable with the size of the advertisements that Patanjali is known for putting out in the newspapers. Mr. Rohatgi said that the apology was published in 67 newspapers and it cost 10 lakh rupees. Has the apology been published prominently, the same font and size as your earlier advertisements? That was the retort and the question of the Supreme Court. This, of course, comes after Patanjali founders Yoga Guru Ramdev and his aide Balakrishna were pulled up by the Supreme Court bench over the company's misleading claims to cure diseases such as diabetes and high blood pressure. The court has earlier rejected apologies from Ramdev, saying that they weren't heartfelt and seemed more of a lip service. So, of course, the court there coming down very heavily on Ramdev over the misleading ads case. Let's go right across to Sunil Prabhu joining us for the very latest. Sunil, two aspects to the story, if you could highlight both. One, of course, on what the court has said to Patanjali. This continues to be the latest in a whole string of objections, questions, grilling, as you'd like to put it. And, of course, the court also asking some tough questions of the centre and IMA.
That's right. It's trying to hold all stakeholders to be accountable across the board. Just not Baba Ramdev, Patanjali and Balakrishnan, who haven't given advertisements, the apology as requisite to the advertisements that they've put. And has been pointed out, and immediately Mukul Rohatgi on behalf of Baba Ramdev and Balakrishnan as well as Patanjali saying that they will file a fresh affidavit and do so by the 30th when they will hear this entire contempt issue. But going on a larger ramification, the Supreme Court has asked the centre to come clean on its misleading advertisements on the portal, what steps it has taken against the general public, not against Patanjali alone, but other FMCGs, as we have seen recently, where we have, shown, for example, Cerelac for children who are getting extra sugar in comparison to those abroad, as well as, of course, where we just recently saw in Singapore, the Everest, MDH and others. So it's in this context that the entire FMCG group, as well as the misleading advertisements, are coming under the scanner, as well as the Indian Medical Association, which are the petitioners. What are their doctors doing? What are their members doing? Have they also been party to this by taking, freebies in terms of, gifts, as well as other things that are given by pharmaceutical companies? Are they also promoting various products of theirs? And asking the Medical Council of India to come clean and to assist the court in this matter. So the IMA, the Medical Council of India, the government, not alone the Health Ministry, but the Information and Broadcasting, the Consumer Affairs Ministry and various other ministries which are related to this entire issue will have to file an affidavit. And the Supreme Court really across the board wanting to get to the bottom of it and hopefully making life better for the general public to ensure that they won't be misled in terms of their health and their care in the future, and really trying to make an example about the apology that Baba Ramdev has given. Nobody is above book. They need to be and make it clear that the highest court of the land in terms of contempt of proceedings has respected in the manner and in the fitness of the way they apologize.
Right, so the manner of the apology, the nature of the apology, the size of the apology is all something that the Supreme Court has questioned. And like I said, the courts also asked tough questions of the government as well as the IMA. Thanks very much, Sunil, for joining us. It's a very crucial case because remember, there are millions of people who use Patanjali products who have potentially been misled into believing that this is actually has scientific basis and is a cure. And of course, this has potentially harmed countless number of people as well. So what's happening in the Supreme Court is something that is closely being watched, and we will of course continue to closely report on it as well. Let's now shift our focus from what's happening in court to what's happening in the battleground in the 2024 elections. Home Minister Amit Shah has attacked the Congress over CAA. He said that the Congress is resorting to politics of appeasement. Remember, P. Chidambaram had said that the Congress will repeal the CAA. So this is, of course, the fresh battle line that's been drawn out between the Congress party and the BJP over the issue of CAA. When those rules were, in fact, laid out, it was made pretty clear that this is something that is going to blow up. Let's listen in to what the Union Home Minister has had to say and the Congress party's reaction.
कांग्रेस को बहुत तकलीफ पड़ रही है डेवलपमेंट के एजेंडे पर, विकास के एजेंडे पर चुनाव लड़ने में। लगातार वो पराजित हो रही है। फिर से एक बार अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी के आधार पर वो आगे बढ़ना चाहती हैं। चिदम्बरम ये नहीं कहते हैं कि सीएए में क्या बुराई है, हम सीएए हटा देंगे। क्यों हटाना है? क्योंकि उनको अपनी माइनॉरिटी की पॉलिटिक्स करनी है, माइनॉरिटी वोट बैंक को मजबूत करनी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने सिद्धांतों पर अटल है। हम किसी के साथ अन्याय नहीं करेंगे, सबके साथ न्याय करेंगे, परंतु तुष्टीकरण भी किसी का नहीं करेंगे। कांग्रेस न सत्ता पर आनी है, न इनको ये फैसले करने हैं।
All right, we will try and play out for you the reaction that is coming in from P. Chidambaram as well. He's of course responded to this, but let's go across to Vasudha joining us with the very latest. So Vasudha, this of course is the latest flashpoint between the Congress and the BJP over CAA. P. Chidambaram had said that the Congress will repeal CAA. Home Minister Amit Shah, saying that this is once again minority appeasement as far as the Congress is concerned. This does appear to be a poll plank and a concerted strategy, whether it's the Prime Minister or the Home Minister and the recent comments that have been made, drawing the lines on minority appeasement.
Absolutely, Rishika. And, the Congress is in a very, tricky position here because there's a context to this comment that Amit Shah has made because this came in response to P. Chidambaram, the former finance minister, making it clear that the Congress party will repeal the CAA if it comes to power. Now, that comment was made in the context of LDF constantly attacking the Congress-led UDF government in parties in Kerala, saying that there is no mention of CAA or UCC in the Congress manifesto, and the Congress in fact has betrayed the cause of Muslim interests. And this was something that Pinarayi Vijayan, the Chief Minister of Kerala, said himself, and Pinarayi Vijayan himself has been leading a lot of anti-CAA rallies. Now remember, all 20 seats of Kerala will vote. Coming Friday, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi himself is contesting from Wayanad. So the Home Minister saying this, of course, was in response to that. And it should also be seen in the context of the Prime Minister making very strong statements 2 days ago in Rajasthan and doubling down on them today and saying that, there are questions being raised on the Congress, idea to conduct this economic survey, linking it to a possible redistribution of wealth. Now, of course, that has been criticized by the opposition, saying that, BJP leaders need tutorials on what the Congress manifesto actually said. But this is something that the BJP has maintained, and the Home Minister repeating this, saying that the CAA will also be put in force. At the same time, the Congress party will not come to power, and the Congress party indulging in appeasement is one way backing the Prime Minister's statement and making it clear that the BJP in the coming days will only double down on this, campaign pitch.
All right, we don't have the reaction of P. Chidambaram at the moment. I'm afraid we can't play that out, but I'll just surprise our viewers, Vasudha, at least of what he said, which is the fact that the Congress manifesto is in the interest of the public and every section of society has been taken into consideration. He's talked about how the Congress's manifesto, there was a lot of discussion among the public about it, whereas the BJP manifesto is, quote-unquote, Modi's manifesto. So this is, of course, what has been said. He's essentially talked about the Congress manifesto being one for all, and Amit Shah, of course, hitting out at P. Chidambaram, saying that the Congress, if the Congress comes to power, he said neither is the Congress going to come to power and neither is the CAA, in fact, going to be repealed. So this, of course, is the latest as far as the row between the Congress and the BJP is concerned. We will continue to get you more details on this big story, as both the Prime Minister and the Home Minister have taken on the Congress party over the manifesto, essentially attacking the Congress for minority appeasement. But some of the things that have been said have raised quite a political storm, and we'll track that very closely. Short break here. More news on the other side.
Hello everyone. I urge each one of you to exercise your right to vote. Your voice matters and all our votes shape our collective future. Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion? Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revanth Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
I do hope all of you are going to go out and cast your vote, and especially the youth of the country. And the youth and the corporate citizens, people who work in our urban centers and companies. You know, we are the, in many ways, we actually are the generation which is going to build the country. So I do hope all of you get out and vote. It is not just our responsibility, but it's also our core participation in building the future country of our dreams. And I am today pledging to vote. My vote is in Punjab on 1st June. So I'm pledging here to vote, and I do.
And Home Minister Amit Shah, of course, has continued his attack on the Congress party over CAA. As we were just reporting, he is in fact campaigning at the moment in West Bengal. Amit Shah is holding a roadshow in Malda as we speak. Let's just see if we can put out some of those visuals for you. Amit Shah there holding a roadshow in Malda. Apologies, we couldn't get those visuals to you on air, but we will shift our focus now to the other big story that we're tracking for you from Tamil Nadu. The Tamil Nadu police has filed an FIR against BJP's Tamil Nadu chief, Annamalai. Annamalai has been booked for intent to incite clashes and spreading rumours. The Tamil Nadu BJP president, Annamalai, has been booked for posting false information on a woman's death. Annamalai posted on his X handle on Sunday. He alleged that the victim, Gomati, was beaten to death by DMK men during polling in the Cuddalore district. In fact, Annamalai had alleged that DMK cadre killed her for voting for another party. The police, on the other hand, claimed that the woman died in clashes over a previous enmity. So this, of course, is the latest FIR against Annamalai. The Tamil Nadu BJP chief candidate from Coimbatore has, in fact, been booked for intending to spread rumours about the death of a woman to incite hatred. The police claim that the woman died in clashes over enmity. That is not what he put out on his social media. Sam joins us on the phone line with the very latest. Sam, what more can you tell us?
Well, Rishika, this comment is around a murder that took place on the polling day in Tamil Nadu on Friday. A 45-year-old woman was murdered after a kind of a quarrel between two groups there. But Tamil Nadu BJP chief Annamalai had on social media alleged that the DMK cadre there, local cadre, had killed her because he claimed, voted for another party. But the police say after investigation, they found that these two groups had previous enmity over teasing of a woman and one group refusing to withdraw a police complaint against another man from the other group. And it was in this context, there was a quarrel which turned into an attack, in which when this woman tried to pacify both groups, she suffered internal injuries and died. And they rule out any political motive, particularly the one referred by Annamalai. And now they have booked him for attempt to incite communities for spreading rumors and also for indulging in mischief with an intent to provoke communities. And Annamalai has now shared a video which NDTV cannot independently verify, in which he claims that a family member of that killed woman claiming that the DMK was responsible for that. It's in this context this particular case becomes important, and Annamalai has also added that she would continue to expose, and cases like this cannot really make him budge. While many would hope that the political temperature after elections in Tamil Nadu would subside and simmer down, allowing people to go back to the normal mode, it appears the BJP wants to keep the heat on the DMK, particularly as Annamalai campaigns in nearby neighboring states where the polls are yet to be conducted. And many look at this as an attempt to target the India alliance under which the DMK comes.
Thanks very much, Sam, for joining us. It's a very serious issue. They're booked on the intent to spread rumours. That's the BJP Tamil Nadu chief candidate also in this election who has been booked on intent to spread rumours. He put out a post on his social media insinuating that this woman was killed by the DMK cadre, where the police has actually come out and clarified that she was killed over some previous enmity. It remains to be seen what action is taken there against the Tamil Nadu BJP chief over those comments. All right, let's now shift our focus to the other big story that we are in fact tracking for you, which is the story from, the Prime Minister now taking on the Congress party over a minority appeasement charge. The Congress has in fact responded to what the Prime Minister has said. Let's listen in.
Ask him to point out one paragraph in the manifesto which will lead to the conclusion that we're appeasing any section. We recognize that there is social divisions in this country, there is social inequality in this country, economic inequality in this country. The most affected people are the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, the poor, irrespective of religion. That means poor Hindus, poor Muslims, poor Christians, poor Sikhs. And we are saying that we will bring justice to every section of the people.
वो तस्वीर है कांग्रेस के शासन वाले कर्नाटका की। कुछ दिन पहले वहां एक छोटा दुकानदार, उसको सिर्फ इसलिए बुरी तरह से पीटा गया, लहूलुहान कर दिया गया, क्योंकि वो अपनी दुकान में बैठे बैठे हनुमान चालीसा सुन रहा था। ये कांग्रेस की कर्नाटका की सरकार का काम देखिए। कुछ दिन पहले ही रामनवमी बीती है। कांग्रेस के जाने के बाद पहली बार शांति से शोभा यात्रा निकली है। कांग्रेस ने तो राम राम सा कहने वाले राजस्थान में रामनवमी पर प्रतिबंध लगा दिया था।
All right, with that, we're going to slip into a very short break. We'll bring you more news on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In a historic verdict in the Bombay High Court, the court has rejected the Dawoodi Bohra succession suit, putting to rest a decade-long battle. And the heat over Baba Ramdev continues in the Supreme Court. In the Patanjali misleading ads case, the Supreme Court has grilled Ramdev again, also questioned the union government over where the fault line lies. The latest in the liquor scam case, the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavitha's custody ends today. If you're travelling to Europe this summer, it's good news as the EU eases multiple entry Schengen visa regime for Indians.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
all use Google Translate for various requirements. अगर आपको check करना है that how to say I love you in Spanish, it's very easy. Just type it down and आपको Google बता देगा that I love you को Spanish में क्या बोलते हैं. या maybe you want to translate a phrase or something. It's very easy way to translate between languages. But did you know that you can also do this to your PDF documents? Well, ये एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग टिप है. जस्ट इमेजिन दैट यू हैव अ लॉन्ग PDF डॉक्यूमेंट जो कि इंग्लिश में लिखा है एंड यू वांट इट टू गेट ट्रांसलेटेड इनटू हिंदी. अब ये एक तरीका है कि दैट यू सेलेक्ट द टेक्स्ट, paste and then get the Hindi version and then paste again and whatever. But the easiest option is that just use the Google Translate option. वहाँ पे you have an option to upload a document. Just carefully upload your file and within seconds you would see आपको जिस language में अपना translation चाहिए, Google is doing that for you in just one click and you get a PDF right away. Well, formatting थोड़ा सा change हो सकती है, तो एक बार आप उसको double check कर लें, तो you will have a immediate copy of a document in the language that you want. Quite interesting tech tip, जरूर use करना, काफी time बचाएगी आपका.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024. Indian
The Bombay High Court dismisses a suit challenging Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin's position as the 53rd religious leader of the Dawoodi Bohra community. Sayyid Saifuddin to continue as the leader of the community. The Supreme Court pulls up Ramdev over the misleading ads case, asks whether the size of the apology was the same as the size of the advertisements in the newspapers. The Supreme Court also questions the IMA on why it shouldn't turn the beam on the IMA, as fingers are pointing towards doctors who are propagating allopathy too. Also questions the centre over where the fault line lies. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and BRS's K. Kavita's judicial custody ends today in the Delhi liquor policy case. AIIMS doctors will be forming a board to give a medical report in the Delhi Chief Minister's diabetes condition. A top Tihar official, meanwhile, says it's one rule for all. And the European Union has adopted new visa rules. It will allow frequent travellers from India to apply for multiple entry Schengen visas with a longer validity, easing travel to 29 countries. And while the big story we're tracking today, the Supreme Court has in fact talked about providing childcare leave to women, saying that denying childcare leave to a woman is a constitutional violation. The woman had moved the Supreme Court over childcare leave. The petitioner had questioned selective adoption of rules. The Supreme Court emphasized that it is the employer's responsibility to ensure that the women's workforce participation is there, and therefore there are rules like childcare leave that are in fact in place. The Supreme Court stressed that childcare leave rules serve a constitutional objective, and denying this leave is actually in violation of the Constitution. Ensuring that women are not deprived of such a right is the responsibility of the employer. Now, just to put this in context for the benefit of our viewers, there was a petitioner who had actually moved the Supreme Court when she was denied childcare leave by her employer. Her son suffers from a rare genetic condition. She exhausted all her sanctioned leave because of her son's treatment, and then in fact demanded for special leave to address her child's medical concerns. When this was denied, she did move the Supreme Court. I want to go across to Khushbu Jain, advocate of the Supreme Court, and Dr. Ranjana Kumari, women's rights activist, who's joining us on the broadcast for a quick perspective on this issue. Dr. Ranjana Kumari, to you first. You know, it's a very historic thing that has essentially been said in the Supreme Court. This paves way for reform as far as gender-just workspaces are concerned. But at the same time, my question to you is very simple. Do you think that this further endangers employability of women employees? I know we've had these conversations in context for maternity leave as well. How do you look at this, and how do you think that this needs to be balanced in order to make sure that there is gender justice, but that there isn't an intrinsic bias in the employability of women?
Absolutely, Rishika. Actually, our work participation rate globally is the lowest in the whole world. You know, one of the lowest. I won't say the last, but one of the lowest, because of all these reasons where women do not get their facilities which they need, which also is being legislated now. So these are women's constitutional right, and if the court denies that means that court is completely ignoring what are the needs of the women, not only the needs of the women, and also disrespect towards reproductive role of women. And here there is an additional issue that here is a child whose life is at risk and mother is needed for looking after the child. So not only that the mother is being denied, but also the child's needs are being not looked at. That means you don't value life. You don't value life. So both ways, this has been a very, very wrong judgment. And I think Supreme Court has done very good, has taken very good decision that this needs to be reinforced. If we have a law to protect women's rights, then we need to reinforce that. We cannot be, courts cannot misinterpret what has been already right of women. Already we have ignored so many things that are happening to women, and even when we have a law to protect right to have this leave, they are just ignoring that.
Okay. Let me go across to Khushbu Jain. Khushbu, if you can just explain to our viewers what this means. What does childcare leave mean? What is the provision in the law for childcare leave? The Supreme Court has said that this is fundamental in order to ensure participation of women in the workforce. It's historic what has been said in the Supreme Court today. But what does this mean for women, and will this extend to men as well?
See, if you look at Article 15 of the Constitution, that says that participation of women in a workforce is matter of not just a privilege, but of a constitutional entitlement. Now, when we say constitutional entitlement, that means there is a state which is duty bound to protect and to make sure that an environment is created where women are part of workforce, and to an extent that the societal pressures which women has to undergo, apart from the biological factor, apart from other things, these things have to be taken care of. The state cannot be oblivious to the same. So there cannot be parity and equality between a men and women, or a person without a child, or the situations which women has to face. But they have to keep all these things, keeping them in mind is where they will feel that the environment is created, which is, yes.
But that was my question, that, will childcare leave, for instance, be applicable to men as well? Or is this only for women?
You can bring this to men as well, provided one has to put it across an aspect of, because this is talking about equality. It has Article 50 to do with just men or with women. It is to do with every gender. It's gender neutral. So it can apply to men as well, provided that you have to put across the aspect that you're the one who's taking care of this.
You're the primary caretaker of the child. Yes.
Absolutely. Yes. Because when you're talking about women being in workforce, if women is in workforce and both husband and wife are working, there is one parent who has to take care of this. So this can be applicable to both.
Okay, so it can be applicable to both. I think that's also what makes it gender just. But Ranjana Kumari, I'll just come back very quickly to the question that I'd asked you at the outset. That while this is welcome, do you think there has to be a clarity in terms of who this applies to? Child care leave applies to, which kind of medical conditions in a child? Does the duration need to be specified? Do you think there has to be more clarity on all of this? Because like I said, you don't want women to become unemployable if they are given, all of these leaves and provisions. There'll be an intrinsic bias in employability of a woman as well.
Rishika, I don't think that's really a challenge, because anything that happens to women, for example, women want to go and do night work, women want to do work in difficult circumstances also there. So all these things are seen as something which is going against women's access to employment. But I don't think this law is very clear, and Supreme Court's judgment is historic, not only in the sense of restoring her right, but also a message to employers that you cannot deny these rights to a woman. She is the primary caretaker. I mean, if the man applies and he says that I am the primary caretaker, then certainly it should be extended to him also. But in this particular case, where women is the primary caretaker of the child, and child's special needs will have to be looked into, and also that this law really is to not only just to protect women's rights, but also to make the whole society conscious of the fact that women can only work when childcare is looked after.
Yes.
You cannot put the responsibility of having children on women and rearing them and, caring for them, and then also deny them employment. If you do that, then many women, like many countries now are, which are suffering zero growth rate in terms of population, Indian women can also decide not to have children.
Sure.
A lot of young people are not having children because of that. So I think it's important to restore the right of women for,
and strike a balance. Yes, and I think strike a balance somewhere. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Khushbu, again, I'll come back to you for brass tacks, in terms of what this means. So, do we have more specific definitions of childcare leave in terms of, like I said, what are the medical conditions for which parents are entitled childcare leave, or what is there a fixed duration, or is it a case-by-case situation?
See, if you look into, we already have an act in place, which is RPWD Act, which is already in existence, where it was already asked in for department and the Ministry of Social Welfare Department look into all the aspects of that and come up with a very clear policy where parents, I'm again repeating, parents, not just women or men, into parents of a child who needs some special care, they can be provided, or there can be a policy in this regard where they can have provisions wherein they can take leave, or they can have extended leaves, and what are the scenario in aspects of continuous treatment, in aspects of rare genetic disorder, in aspects of several surgeries that have to go. So that's how the criteria which have been very. Yes, but there are criteria which are already been put in, and those are the criteria where they say that these are the children with special care, and that's the rare disease
I want
for which the act
to
has
just
already been.
dedicate the last 10 seconds, Khushbu. I'm completely out of time, to employer culpability. So, you know, if this is not met, if these criteria are not met, and if a woman or a man, whoever is the primary caregiver of the child, is being discriminated against at work while demanding childcare leave, what is the kind of action that they could potentially take against the employer?
You can absolutely file a case against the state because this is...
Yes, sorry.
This is in contravention to the policies for the... Okay, this is against the policy. This is against the policy of policy which has been passed under the law, under the act. And once this has been infringed, you have a matter. You can file a case in the court. You can even go on filing a writ petition where you know your rights have been taken away.
I'm out of time. I'm out of time. Dr. Anjana Kumari, did you want to add something?
No, I just wanted to say that this is, you know, when the laws are in place, then you have to implement them. If you are not, then you are really violating
You
and
are
you
in
are liable for punishment. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you both very much. This has been a very interesting conversation. We sincerely hope that it has helped you, the viewer, to understand your rights better. The Supreme Court, of course, has given a historic verdict today on childcare leave, a story that we will continue to track very closely. Let's shift gears now. And the other good thing that's happened today, which is the fact that the Director General of Civil Aviation, the DGCA, which governs all airlines rules and regulations, has issued a circular saying that airlines have to ensure that children up to the age of 12 years are allocated seats with at least one of their parent or guardian who are travelling on the same PNR, and a record of the same shall be maintained. Sachin Taparia, founder local circles, who's really forefronting consumer grievances, conducting several surveys, joins us live. Thanks very much for being with us. You're one of the people who's really highlighted this issue in the past. You've talked about it on social media. You've talked about it in your surveys. This was a huge issue that travellers were facing, where despite having the same PNR, seats were just being allocated all over the place. This is something that the DGCA has addressed today, and it's really good news for those travelling with children below the age of 12.
No, it's really great news, Rishika. We had escalated this issue in 2023. It did not find any takers. We again escalated it last month to the leadership in the aviation ministry and the consumer ministry. And I'm very glad that, they have come forward with this circular, because it was really inconveniencing a lot of families where they could not sit together in flights, unless and until they were paying for those seats. So a real good move. We hope, these good moves will continue, because there are about 4 or 5 key issues that we keep getting from consumers across the country, or rather, in this case, from flyers across the country. So this is the first move. We hope that that this will continue. These reforms, consumer-centric aviation reforms, will continue.
All right, well, here's hoping that this is, the one of many impacts that is created by the fact that you're continuously picking up issues of consumers. There are so many people who often take to social media, but, there are also complaint platforms that are available with the DGCA, and these are, of course, issues that need to be highlighted. They're very basic, fundamental things that you would imagine is a given, but it's not, and it raises a lot of inconvenience as far as travellers are concerned. Thanks very much, Sachin Taparia, for joining us. You're someone who's really forefronted several of these causes, so congratulations to you too on the fact that the DGCA has today cleared the air on seat allocation, making it mandatory for airlines to ensure that if you have the same PNR, then your child who is below the age of 12 is necessarily mandated to have a seat with one or both of the parents travelling. All right, we're going to shift gears now and get you the latest on the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and BRS's K. Kavita, whose judicial custody ends today in the Delhi liquor policy case. Arvind Kejriwal will be produced via video conferencing post 2 p.m. So that should happen any time now in the next 20-odd minutes. The AIIMS doctors are all set to form a board in order to be able to give a medical report in the Delhi Chief Minister's diabetes, which has become the latest political flashpoint between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, atop Tihar Tihar official has said that there is one rule for all as far as insulin or any other medical condition is concerned. I'm going to go right across to NDTV's Aishwarya Jain joining us with the very latest. So Aishwarya, the judicial custody for both Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita comes to an end today. Bring us up to speed, with what the hearings are today, what are the crucial hearings to watch out for, and also get us the latest as far as this AIIMS board is concerned on Kejriwal's insulin, which as we know has become a huge political flashpoint.
Well, Rishika, in the past few hearings, we have heard from both the probe agencies in the entire case, which is currently doing investigation, CBI and Enforcement Directorate, stating time and again that this is a very crucial stage of the investigation. They are about to file a charge sheet in both the cases, and therefore the reason perhaps giving bails to someone who can influence the evidences and also can hamper the evidences is something which is not right, and the custody should be extended. Of course, the judicial custody on the part of Arvind Kejriwal as far as Enforcement Directorate's arrest is concerned, that is ending today. On the other side, it is K. Kavita's judicial custody in terms of his CBI arrest is also ending today. So the probe agencies in both the cases will seek a further custody for both the leaders. As far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, they have stated that his health condition is not so good. So coming on to that point, yesterday Delhi House of Review Court gave an order stating that AIIMS director should constitute a board, and under the supervision of that board, the medication of Arvind Kejriwal will be decided as to what should be prescribed. Yesterday, Tihar jail sources stated that it was a low-dose insulin that was given to Arvind Kejriwal as his sugar levels went a little high. But that is all according to the doctors which are already there in Tihar prison. Till that time, the board constituted by AIIMS is not formed. 15 days after every 15 days, report from Tihar jail authorities should be submitted to court, and that's what also yesterday court clearly mentioned. Although Aam Aadmi Party on their side claimed today that it is only after their pressure insulin was given after 23 days when Arvind Kejriwal is lodged behind the bars in Tihar prison. But on the other side, contrary to their claims were made by Tihar jail authorities that Arvind Kejriwal's health was stable for a very long time. On the other side, it was a regular food, a homemade food that was provided to him as per instructions from the House Venue Court is concerned, and his health vitals remains very normal. Today, we will get to know from the House Venue Court that the custody that is being sought by both the probe agencies in case of Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita, for how long it will now be given.
All right, thanks very much, Aishwarya. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you for more updates because those hearings are both going to be underway in just a short while from now. Short break here. We'll bring you more news on the other side. Do stay with us.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saccharine tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu?
Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin's position as the 53rd spiritual leader of the Dawoodi Bohra community. After a 10-year-long legal battle, the Bombay High Court has upheld Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin's position as the Dayal Mutlaq or the religious leader of the Dawoodi Bohra community, dismissing his nephew Tahir Fakhruddin's claim.
ग्राउंड क्या दिया है डिस्कस करने के लिए? ग्राउंड दिया नहीं अभी वो जजमेंट का कोर्ट में इतना ही बोला कि वी हैव नॉट प्रूव्ड आवर केस, डिफेंडेंट हैज प्रूव्ड हिज केस, उतना बोला है.
And hearing the misleading ads case against Patanjali Ayurved, the Supreme Court today asked if the size of an apology it put out in the newspapers was similar to its full-page advertisements of its products. Senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi, appearing for the Patanjali founders Ramdev and Balakrishna, said they filed a fresh set of apologies before the court. And the cake linked to the death of a 10-year-old Punjab girl was baked with a high concentration of artificial sweeteners, what officials have said. On March 24th, the girl's entire family fell ill after eating the chocolate cake that was ordered online from a bakery in Patiala for her birthday. Take a look at the detailed report.
An innocent life lost due to high concentration of artificial sweetener. Now a government report seems to have nailed the culprit. 10-year-old Manvi from Patiala had died just hours after eating a cake. In fact, the girl's entire family had fallen ill after eating the chocolate cake ordered online from a baker. A sample of the cake was collected for testing and the report has now appeared. The report shows a high amount of saccharin, a sweet-tasting synthetic compound which could have been an added factor that led to the death. The district health officer Dr. Vijay Jindal told NDTV, while small amounts of saccharin is used in food and drinks, high levels of it can be dangerous. Officials said action will be taken against the bakery soon and a fine may be imposed. The bakery owner has already been booked.
उसमें हमने तो जो बेकरी से सैंपल उठाए थे उनकी रिपोर्ट अभी आई है, उसको हम एग्जामिन कर रहे हैं. अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट ਉਹਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ. ਸੈਕੰਡਲੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੋਰੈਂਸਿਕ ਲੈਬ ਨੂੰ ਕੇਕ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਆਉਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੀ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਉਣਗੇ.
Not only this, a few days back, new case has come up in Patiala, where a toddler fell ill after eating an expired chocolate sold by a shopkeeper. The latest incident has also sparked protest in the area. Meanwhile, authorities have said that action will be taken on those selling expired products.
ਉਹ 28 ਆਈਟਮਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ 2-3 ਆਈਟਮਾਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੀਜ਼ ਕਰ ਲਈਆਂ, ਬਟ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਿੰਨ ਸਾਡੇ ਫੂਡ ਸੇਫਟੀ ਅਫਸਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਟੀਮ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਭੇਜੀ ਹੈ ਵਿਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੰਪਲੇਂਟੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਾਲ ਕਰ ਲਿਓ ਤੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਾਲ ਕਰ ਲਿਓ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਥਾਰੋਲੀ ਟੈਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਐਕਸਪਾਇਰ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ.
We had conducted the inspection also and taken the samples also. They have been sent to the lab for testing, and at the same time also FIR was lodged and the persons were also arrested, so that part was taken care of. The second one, it's too early to basically, our teams did go there. We collected some expired samples also.
The local administration has already started taking action against this shop, Narayan Singh and Sons, because from here the family had taken a chocolate which has found expired, and because of that expired chocolate, when one toddler had taken, the toddler immediately got hospitalized because he had fallen ill, and after that the parents, they reported this matter to the local administration also. We can see this shop has been shut down here at this point of time. We are reporting from the same shop from where the chocolate was taken by the family from here, and finally they learned that it was an expired chocolate. What we have learned, the local administration has already conducted inspection inside this shop, and during the inspection they have also realized that maximum articles were expired. So that's why they have taken all the samples from this shop, and the top officers of Patiala administration, they say the action will be taken against them once they will be able to get the report from the concerned authority. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Patiala, Punjab.
All right, well, if you are planning to travel to Europe this summer, there's good news for you. Under a new visa regime issued by the EU, Indian nationals can now apply for a multiple entry Schengen visa with a longer validity. Indian nationals residing in India can now be issued long-term multiple entry Schengen visas valid for 2 years after lawfully obtaining and using 2 visas within the previous 3 years. This initial 2 visa can then be followed by a 5-year visa provided the passport has sufficient validity remaining. With that, we're slipping into a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having maxed here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion? Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
I have a right to decide who will run my country for the next 5 years. And for that, I need to vote. So I pledge to vote, and I encourage all my family members, all my colleagues at Hyundai Motor India, and of course, all the citizens of my great country to go ahead and vote. Vote now and vote forever.
Just as we spoke about the new nothing earphones, मुझे sound दिमाग में कहीं ना कहीं click कर रही थी, and sound से दिमाग में आया Siri, because all the iPhone users, at least the ones जो नया iPhone लेते हैं, या फिर हो सकता है वो लोग जो काफी time से iPhone को use कर रहे हैं, at times
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Home Minister Amit Shah hits out at the Congress over its promise of repealing CAA, accusing the party of doing a politics of appeasement. Chidambaram hits back, says our manifesto is for all, no appeasement in focus. Prime Minister continues his attack against the Congress during a rally in Tonk. He says under Congress rule, listening to Hanuman Chalisa is a crime. Also alleges the Congress wanted to take away quota from SC/ST and give it to minorities. While listening to the Patanjali case, the Supreme Court also puts the Indian Medical Association in the dock, says why shouldn't we turn our beam on you, on doctors recommending a high number of allopathic medicines to Ramdev. The Supreme Court asked was apology the same size as ads, and union must find the answer where the faults are. The Bombay High Court dismisses a suit challenging Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin's position as the 53rd religious leader of the Dawoodi Bohra community. He will continue as the leader of the community. And Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and BRS's K. Kavita's judicial custody ends today in the Delhi liquor policy case. AIIMS doctors will form a board to give a medical report on the Delhi Chief Minister after the controversy over his diabetes and providing insulin to him. The top Tihar official says one rule for all on this insulin row. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Our top story, Home Minister Amit Shah today hit out at the Congress and its manifesto, accusing the party of doing politics of appeasement by promising to withdraw the Citizenship Amendment Act. The Home Minister said that the Congress party will not come back to power and neither will the CAA be revoked.
कांग्रेस को बहुत तकलीफ पड़ रही है डेवलपमेंट के एजेंडे पर, विकास के एजेंडे पर चुनाव लड़ने में लगातार वो पराजित हो रही है। फिर से एक बार अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी के आधार पर वो आगे बढ़ना चाहती हैं। चिदम्बरम ये नहीं कहते हैं कि सीएए में क्या बुराई है, हम सीएए हटा देंगे। क्यों हटाना है? क्योंकि उनको अपनी माइनॉरिटी की पॉलिटिक्स करनी है, माइनॉरिटी वोट बैंक को मजबूत करनी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने सिद्धांतों पर अटल है। हम किसी के साथ अन्याय नहीं करेंगे, सबके साथ न्याय करेंगे, परंतु तुष्टीकरण भी किसी का नहीं करेंगे। कांग्रेस न सत्ता पर आनी है, न इनको ये फैसले करने हैं।
And the Prime Minister also continued with his relentless attack on the Congress during his rally in Tonk in Rajasthan today. The Prime Minister said in the rule of the Congress party, even listening to the Hanuman Chalisa becomes a crime, and Rajasthan has been its sufferer.
वो तस्वीर है कांग्रेस के शासन वाले कर्नाटका की। कुछ दिन पहले वहां एक छोटा दुकानदार, उसको सिर्फ इसलिए बुरी तरह से पीटा गया, लहूलुहान कर दिया गया, क्योंकि वो अपनी दुकान में बैठे बैठे हनुमान चालीसा सुन रहा था। ये कांग्रेस की कर्नाटका की सरकार का काम देखिए। कुछ दिन पहले ही रामनवमी बीती है। कांग्रेस के जाने के बाद पहली बार शांति से शोभा यात्रा निकली है। कांग्रेस ने तो राम राम सा कहने वाले राजस्थान में रामनवमी पर प्रतिबंध लगा दिया था।
The Prime Minister also hit out at the Congress over a reservation for Muslims, telling the rally there that the Congress tried to implement Muslim reservation, alleging that the Congress wanted to snatch away SC/ST rights.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच हमेशा से तुष्टीकरण की रही है, वोट बैंक की राजनीति की रही है। 2004 में जैसे ही कांग्रेस की केंद्र में सरकार बनी, उसके सबसे पहले किए गए कामों में था, सबसे पहला काम था चुनाव जीतने के बाद आंध्र प्रदेश में एससी एसटी के रिजर्वेशन में से कमी करके मुसलमानों को रिजर्वेशन देने का प्रयास। ये एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट था जिसे कांग्रेस पूरे देश में आजमाना चाहती थी।
Now, speaking in Shimla, senior Congress leader P. Chidambaram, who had earlier said that CAA would be revoked, said that the Congress's manifesto is for one and all. There is no appeasement focus in the manifesto, and that every section of society has been taken into consideration.
Ask him to point out one paragraph in the manifesto which will lead to the conclusion that we're appeasing any section. We recognize that there is social divisions in this country, there is social inequality in this country, economic inequality in this country. The most affected people are the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, the poor irrespective of religion. That means poor Hindus, poor Muslims, poor Christians, poor Sikhs. And we are saying that we will bring justice to every section of the people.
Well, let's go across to Vasudha now for more. And Vasudha, so both the Home Minister and Prime Minister in the same sort of, vein, talking about how the Congress is indulging in appeasement. Amit Shah hitting out at the Congress, claiming that, saying that they've said they'll revoke CAA and will not allow this, and saying that they're indulging in appeasement politics. Also, the Prime Minister talking about how under Congress rule, you couldn't listen to the Hanuman Chalisa. Chidambaram, they're responding, saying that our manifesto is for all, point out even one place where there is this, focus on what they're alleging, this minority appeasement.
Absolutely, Gargi, and this is, reflective of the BJP making it very clear that it is going to double down on its anti-Congress pitch, and it's going to make reservations, the central point of its agenda. In the last few days, we've seen the Congress party attack the BJP on its, on its allegation, saying that it's going to change the constitution of the country, hinting that there could be changes in the reservation policy. Today, the Prime Minister has turned it around and he has said that, there will be no changes in the reservation policy of SESTs, and in fact, it's the Congress party which tried to make, to introduce reservations for Muslims in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and there were legal hurdles which prevented the party from doing the same. So in some ways, he has given it back to the Congress, and he has twisted a certain narrative that the Congress was trying to place. Now, of course, this is a battle of narratives, and it remains to be seen as to which narrative gets bought. But like you said, the Prime Minister also spoke about faith, and he was speaking about all of this on Hanuman Jayanti. Today's Hanuman Jayanti, and the country, the northern parts of the country are celebrating that. And he said, in Rajasthan, where people actually say Ram Ram, there were limitations to celebrating Ram Navami. And remember that in Udaipur, there was also this highly radicalized killing, of a tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, which also became a central flashpoint between the BJP and the Congress in the assembly elections of 2023. So all of that brought together, Rajasthan is very important for the party. But it also, whatever the PM said today and whatever the Home Minister also backed him on, shows the way the campaign to go from here.
All right, Vasudha, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So the Prime Minister also talking about how the Congress wants to bring a Muslim quota and take away from the SC/ST. So that point also being raised by the Prime Minister. Now, moving on to the Patanjali case, which was heard again in the Supreme Court today, hearing the case regarding the misleading ads of Patanjali Ayurved. The Supreme Court today asked if the size of the apology that Patanjali put out in the newspapers was was similar to its full-page advertisements of its products. And he questioned and senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi, who appeared for Patanjali founders Ramdev and Balkrishna, said they have filed a fresh set of apologies before the court. So the court questioning the size of that apologies. This comes after Patanjali founders Yoga Guru Ramdev and his aide Balkrishna were pulled up by the Supreme Court over the company's misleading claims to cure diseases such as diabetes and high blood pressure. But today, interestingly, the Supreme Court also switched its focus. It didn't just cast its net over the centre, but also on the question the original petitioner, the Indian Medical Association, the IMA, over potential laxity in standards for ads and allopathic medical products, asking, questioning the IMA over its doctors allegedly endorsing expensive and unnecessary medicines in allopathy. Well, joining us now on the phone line, we have Dr. Sharad Kumar Agarwal, National President of the Indian Medical Association. Sir, your response to what the Supreme Court said today, because even as, they're grilling Ramdev over all the claims that he made regarding the Ayurvedic products, also now talking about how many doctors, over-recommend expensive allopathic medicines.
See, this entire thing, probably some people are trying to, diverting from the main issues. It is not the issue whether the modern medicine is costly or not costly, right? We can, and definitely we can debate on that also. The issue is fallacious ads, and no one is allowed in our country to do the things which is not allowed by the law. And that is what IMA as a, law-abiding citizen and law-abiding body of the country, for the benefit of the society and for the benefit of the simple people who doesn't understand the these dynamic of the advertisements. So we raise this issue, we become the whistleblower, and thankfully to the Supreme Court that they have taken the cognizance and rightfully they have restricted the thing. Irrespective of Baba Ramdev, how big he is, we have no enmity with the Ramdev. And we have just raised this issue.
Right, so that's absolutely fine. And in fact, during that time, I remember IMA had given many interviews to NDTV about this, these claims being made about Ayurvedic medicine and coronal, etc. I'm talking about how today the Supreme Court is also questioning the IMA, saying that, you also have to put your house in order, and questioning the IMA about how doctors are indulging in what is being described as unethical acts of over-prescribing allopathic medicines and sometimes very expensive medicines as well. So your comment on that, do you think there's need for introspection in the association as well?
Definitely, there is always a scope of improvement. And in the medical field, nobody is, final or authority. Every day it is a evolving field. And we keep on learning every day. That is why we do continuous medical, CMEs. So we keep on improving, and we definitely agree with that. On the antimicrobial resistant, overwriting on the antibiotics, IMA itself come forward, and you were the part of that last year also when I was in chair as a president. We took over and we advised the doctors also not to prescribe unnecessary antibiotics where it is not required. So definitely we will look into this, and we will definitely positively. We are, keeping sensitizing our member, and we will do this, continuing this.
All right, sir. So you're saying, regarding what the Supreme Court said today about the IMA, and also saying that, we will turn our focus on you, and what about, unethical practices, etc. You're saying that the IMA will take this, into consideration, and also, act on these, on what the Supreme Court has said?
No, I am not saying. See, it is an observation, or it is a comment. It is not a.
It's a comment, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It is a comment, and it is a generalized comment, which is the public. Because see, first of all, when we see doctors or allopathic, we have to find out where is the case, who is doing this, whether he's a educated allopathic doctor or not. Because a lot of quackery is working in the country, and they all quack, they work, and they prescribe the allopathic medicines. So that first have to see, yes, unethical, we don't acknowledge this thing, but yes, if somebody is doing wrong thing, we are the law-abiding association. If something is doing wrong thing, he should be face the music. we are not going to support him.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Sharad Kumar Agarwal, for speaking to us here at NDTV. Okay, moving on to some breaking news now coming in the Arvind Kejriwal case, and his custody has now been extended by 14 days. So Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi Chief Minister, and K. Kavita, leader of the BRS, will be in jail for another 14 days. They've both been arrested in the liquor policy case, and now the custody has been extended by 14 days. They will appear on May 7th now. Aishwarya joins us on the phone line for more. Aishwarya, take us through the details.
Well, Enforcement Directorate sought 14 days of judicial custody of Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita as well, on the same grounds that were posted earlier. As far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, Enforcement Directorate clearly stated that he is the kingpin and main conspirator, and he can hamper the evidences, and therefore the reason perhaps further custody of 14 days is something that was sought from the Rouse Avenue Court, to which both for K. Kavita and Arvind Kejriwal, the Rouse Avenue Court has extended their judicial custody till May 7th, and the court has also stated that they should be produced on May 7th at 2 p.m. via video conferencing. Now, further investigation is under process. In fact, during the arguments, it was also stated by the Enforcement Directorate that they are about to end the investigation, and the entire investigation is at a very crucial juncture. In fact, they went on to say that within 60 days, they will be filing charge sheet in the alleged Delhi liquor policy case, and Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita role is very important, so that they should not be granted bail. Now, the Rouse Avenue Court has sent and extended the judicial custody of K. Kavita and Arvind Kejriwal for another 14 days.
All right. Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with that news coming in that Kejriwal and K. Kavita's custody has been extended by another 14 days. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Presented by Intelligence Meets Art with the all-new Motorola Edge 50 Pro.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutes from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and
Welcome back. The cake linked to the death of a 10-year-old Punjab girl was baked with a high concentration of artificial sweetener, is what officials say. On March 24th, the girl's entire family fell ill after eating the chocolate cake that was ordered online from a bakery in Patiala for her birthday. Take a look at this report.
An innocent life lost due to high concentration of artificial sweetener. Now a government report seems to have nailed the culprit. 10-year-old Manvi from Patiala had died just hours after eating a cake. In fact, the girl's entire family had fallen ill after eating the chocolate cake ordered online from a baker. A sample of the cake was collected for testing and the report has now appeared. The report shows a high amount of saccharin, a sweet-tasting synthetic compound which could have been an added factor that led to the death. The District Health Officer Dr. Vijay Jindal told NDTV, while small amounts of saccharin is used in food and drinks, high levels of it can be dangerous. Officials said action will be taken against the bakery soon and a fine may be imposed. The bakery owner has already been booked.
उसमें हमने तो जो बेकरी से सैंपल उठाए थे उनकी रिपोर्ट अभी आई है उसको हम एग्जामिन कर रहे हैं अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट ਉਹਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਸੈਕੰਡਲੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੋਰੈਂਸਿਕ ਲੈਬ ਨੂੰ ਕੇਕ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਆਉਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੀ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਉਣਗੇ
Not only this, a few days back, new case has come up in Patiala, where a toddler fell ill after eating an expired chocolate sold by a shopkeeper. The latest incident has also sparked a protest in the area. Meanwhile, authorities have said that action will be taken on those selling expired products.
28 ਆਈਟਮਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ 2-3 ਆਈਟਮਾਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੀਜ਼ ਕਰ ਲਈਆਂ ਬਟ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਿੰਨ ਸਾਡੇ ਫੂਡ ਸੇਫਟੀ ਅਫਸਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਟੀਮ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਭੇਜੀ ਹੈ ਵਿਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੰਪਲੇਂਟੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਾਲ ਕਰ ਲਿਓ ਤੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਾਲ ਕਰ ਲਿਓ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਥਾਰੋਲੀ ਟੈਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਐਕਸਪਾਇਰ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ
We had conducted the inspection also and taken the samples also. They have been sent to the lab for testing. And at the same time also FIR was lodged and the persons were also arrested. So that part was taken care of. The second one, it's too early to basically, our teams did go there. We collected some expired samples also.
The local administration has already started taking action against this shop, Narayan Singh and Sons, because from here the family had taken a chocolate which has found expired, and because of that expired chocolate, when one toddler had taken, the toddler immediately got hospitalized because he had fallen ill, and after that the parents, they reported this matter to the local administration also. We can see this shop has been shut down here at this point of time. We are reporting from the same shop from where the chocolate was taken by the family from here, and finally they learned that it was an expired chocolate. What we have learned, the local administration has already conducted inspection inside this shop, and during the inspection they have also realized that maximum articles were expired. So that's why they have taken all the samples from this shop, and the top officers of Patiala administration, they say the action will be taken against them once they will be able to get the report from the concerned authority. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Patiala, Punjab.
And finally, as the BJP looks to defend its stronghold of North Bengal while the Trinamool tries to regain lost ground in Balurghat, the Prime Minister campaigned for State BJP President Sukanta Majumdar, who is the incumbent MP here. The Trinamool Congress has fielded State Minister Biplab Maitra to launch a challenge to Sukanta. Balurghat will be voting in the second phase.
The Balurghat Lok Sabha constituency in West Bengal has become one of the most hotly contested seats, with State BJP President Sukanta Majumdar contesting on behalf of the BJP. And to campaign for him, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Balurghat as part of this Vijay Sankalp Sabha. Taking on Sukanta Majumdar is the Trinamool State Minister Biplab Maitra, but this seat is going to be a hotly contested seat, as it is going to see two very strong political personalities take on each other. For Shukanta Majumdar, this is a prestige battle. His political pitch is the Modi government's efforts to modernize and improve railway services to Balurghat. And the crowds at the Modi rally are an indicator that there is traction for his argument, a claim the Trinamool Congress challenges. But Shukanta Majumdar says just the amount of railway development will help him win, and the Prime Minister's campaign for him has ensured that. Not only lakhs turned up at the rally, but even the helipad was packed.
Today Narendra Modi ji addressed 2 rallies, one here and another helipad also. Yes. They are surrounding the helipad. I think almost 10 to 15,000 people are present there. कल हमने दिल्ली का यहाँ से एक ट्रेन मिला हमको. जनता बहुत खुश है. दिल्ली का ट्रेन कभी इस जिले से चलेगा हम सोच भी नहीं सकते. शियालदह बालूरघाट का तो उल्लेख माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया. बालूरघाट हिली के लिए हमने 500 करोड़ रुपया यहाँ से लाए.
अगले 5 वर्षों में भाजपा सरकार बंगाल और बालूरघाट के विकास के लिए हर प्रयास करेगी. ये मोदी की गारंटी है.
Despite Shukanta Majumdar's confidence, the Trinamool candidate believes he has a chance to pull it off, which is why he's campaigning well after sunset, late into the night, in areas that he believes will deliver for him. For the Trinamool candidate, who's also a state minister, the challenge the party has entrusted him with is not easy.
It is a very contesting seat. I cannot say that it's a easy seat, but it will be owned by us, as actually the seat was ours. This time we have already prepared ourselves so that the seat may be recovered and it will be gifted to our beloved leader Srimati Mamata Banerjee.
বলে যাচ্ছি আপনাদের আবার, যদি আমি একটুও পলিটিক্স বুঝে থাকি আর বিজেপি চোখমুখে আতঙ্ক বুঝে থাকি এবং ওদের ভাষার যে কদাকার রুচি যদি বুঝে থাকি, তাহলে বলবো ইসবার बीजेपी नहीं होगा 200 पार.
The Trinamool candidate also questions Shukanta Majumdar's performance as MP, but admits the Prime Minister's campaign will help him.
He always pretends that he is doing very much for the people.
He claims railways.
Of the people, and he claims also. But whenever he is asked that what you have done within your tenure of 5 years, but he is avoiding that. Prime Minister तो एक बड़ा नाम है हमारा देश का, तो ये ठीक ही है. ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर जब आएंगे उसको थोड़ा इन्फ्लुएंस तो होगा ही.
Both candidates in Balurghat are sons of the soil. Both claim to have delivered for their constituents, and both accuse each other of not doing enough for Balurghat. But in a hard-fought election like this one, the Balurghat seat is perhaps an indicator of how each and every seat is throwing up a battle. With camera person GD Shankar in Balurghat, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
As citizens of this great nation, we have the power to shape its future. And one of the most crucial ways we can do that is by casting our vote. It's not just a right for every citizen, it's a responsibility. A responsibility to ourselves, to our communities, and to our country. So, I urge all of you to exercise your right to vote. I always ensure that I fulfill this duty to our country.
जीत हार की बाजी है.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
In our country, we choose our leaders, we decide who is going to be ruling the country, and it is something which is both a fantastic right, privilege, and we should also see it as our constitutional duty. So this election, I am going to be there, and I hope you all will join me in casting your vote too.
Biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount
Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you over the next half hour. Under a new visa regime issued by the European Union, Indian nationals can now apply for a multiple entry Schengen visa with longer validity. What these new rules really mean for Indians is that Indian nationals residing in India can now be issued long-term multi-entry Schengen visas valid for 2 years after lawfully obtaining and using 2 visas within the previous 3 years. This initial 2-year visa can then be followed by a 5-year visa provided the passport has sufficient validity remaining. A total of 65,960 Indians officially became US citizens, making India the second largest source country for new citizens in America after Mexico, according to the latest report. Rishi Sunak's Rwanda deportation bill will become law after opposition and cross-bench peers backed down on Monday night, opening the way for legal battles over the potential removal of dozens of people seeking asylum. After a marathon battle of ping-pong over the key legislation between the Commons and the Lords, the bill finally passed when opposition and crossbench peers gave way on Monday night. As the British Prime Minister forced Parliament to sit late into the night until the bill was finally passed just after midnight, he has gone on to promise that there would be a regular rhythm of flights taking off over the summer to deter others from trying to cross the channel. Now, for the first time, he set out the extensive preparations that have already been made to get the first planes in the air within 10 to 12 weeks in what he said was one of the most complex operational endeavours that the United Kingdom Home Office has carried out. These include getting 200 officials ready to identify asylum seekers who will be served with removal directions in the coming days. The bill is expected to be granted royal assent on Tuesday. This deal will cost £1.8 million for each of the first 300 deportees, the National Audit Office has confirmed. This figure isn't, remotely foreign. Well, even though it's flabbergasting because last month the British Parliament's spending watchdog said British government's controversial plan to send asylum seekers to Rwanda might end up costing more than £600 million to deport 300 refugees.
This is one of the most complex operational endeavours the Home Office has carried out. But we are ready. Plans are in place. And these flights will go come what may. No foreign court will stop us from getting flights off. Rwanda is ready too. And I'd like to thank the government of Rwanda for their work in strengthening their asylum system, passing legislation and setting up a new appeals tribunal.
10 crew members having died after 2 Navy helicopters collided mid-air during a military rehearsal for a Royal Malaysian Navy parade in the Malaysian town of Lumut. Well, one of the choppers clipped the rotor as of the other before the two crashed into the ground, according to footage. Now, according to reports, there are no known survivors. One of the helicopters is believed to have crashed into a running track, while the other crashed into a swimming pool nearby. Pakistan Prime Minister has attempted to win the support of Iranian President on the Kashmir issue on Monday came to naught. Now, during a joint press conference in Islamabad with the the two leaders raking up the Kashmir issue and thanking Iran for its stance. "I thank you and the people of Iran for raising your voice for Kashmir," is what Sharif had to say. He attempted to link the Kashmiri issue with that of Gaza and Palestine. However, the president refrained from mentioning Kashmir and instead talked about Iran's support for Kashmir and instead talked about Iran's support for those fighting against oppression, especially in Palestine. Well, Iran's president began his 3-day visit to Pakistan on Monday, months after the neighboring countries carried out retaliatory strikes against alleged terrorist hideouts on rival lands. Raisi is the first foreign leader to visit Islamabad after Pakistan held its controversial general elections that took place on the 8th of February. Prosecution in Donald Trump's hush money trial accused the former president of a criminal conspiracy and cover-up to hide a sex scandal ahead of the 2016 presidential election. It was election fraud, pure and simple, a lawyer told the jury during the opening statements on Monday at the historic trial that took place in New York. Setting out the case for the defense, Trump's lawyer said his client had committed no crimes and that it was not illegal to try to influence an election. Israelis in Tel Aviv were preparing to mark Passover, a major Jewish holiday focused on freedom, and were finding it hard to celebrate when some Israelis are still being held hostage in Gaza. This year, many Jewish families are torn about how or even if to celebrate the holiday. Many dinner tables in Israel and elsewhere are expected to have empty seats representing those killed or taken hostage on the 7th of October last year, as well as soldiers unable to return home for Passover. Dozens gathered in Tel Aviv to join the families of hostages during the Passover Eve and remember those still in captivity in Gaza, joined by friends and relatives. Some of the families of kibbutz from where dozens were taken hostage during that attack on the 7th of October gathered in Hostages Square, where empty tables displayed with names and a big clock this was a reminder for how many days their loved ones have been away. Almost 200 days have passed since the beginning of the war sparked by the unprecedented October 7th raid info. This is into the southern part of Israel, in which Hamas and other militants killed around 1,200 people, mostly civilians, and abducted around 250 hostages, some released during a weekly ceasefire that took place in November last year. Passover is a major Jewish holiday meant to symbolize freedom, celebrated over the course of a week that commemorates the story of the exodus of ancient people in Israel from slavery in Egypt. Jews will gather for a meal called a Seder on Monday night to read the Passover story aloud. Now, efforts to strike a deal to secure their return have stalled in the past. The Palestinian Civil Defense in Gaza on Monday said that it had uncovered 283 bodies from a temporary burial ground inside the main hospital in the southern city of Khan Yunis. The burial area in the Nasir hospital was built when Israeli forces were besieging the facility last month. At the time, people were not able to bury the dead in graves that were dug in the hospital yard, is what the group had to say in a statement that the department said. A total of 283 bodies have been recovered from the hospital yard since Friday. The civil defense has said some of the bodies were of people killed during the hospital siege. Others were killed when Israeli forces raided the hospital also last month. After the military withdrew from Khan Yunis earlier this month, residents have been returning to the site in search of the bodies of their loved ones with the aim of burying them in permanent graves elsewhere. Columbia University has cancelled in-person classes and police have arrested dozens of students at Yale University as tensions over the war in Middle East continues to grow on US college campuses. The moves at the Ivy League schools came hours after this was the evening that started as far as the Jewish holiday of Passover was concerned. A New Haven, Connecticut police spokesperson said that 45 protesters were arrested at Yale on Monday morning and charged with misdemeanor of trespassing. All were being released on promises to appear in court, but later. Students at New York University are joining others across the country in that protest over the war in Gaza. A pro-Palestinian encampment would be observed at Gold Plaza outside NYU's Stern School of Business. Following arrests last week at Columbia, pro-Palestinian demonstrators set up encampments on other campuses around the country, including the University of Michigan, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, that's MIT, and the University of North Carolina. NYPD officials made clear that the university is private property and that the department has always deferred to the university's wishes regarding its own security. Listen in.
I just want to address a few of the issues that have been coming up over the past few days regarding what's happening at Columbia and around Columbia. And I first just want to start with the sort of key point, which is Columbia University is private property. And so the nature of police action, what we can do, what we can't do, is very, very different on private property than it is on a public street. So if there's a crime in progress, if someone's in danger, as with any private property, we're going to go in. We're going to keep people safe. If someone, for example, is being attacked, we're going to go into Columbia University as we would to a private home to help protect that person. But absent exigency, absent some ongoing crime, we cannot just go onto Columbia campus as we see fit. It is up to the university to decide whether or not they want us on campus. As a general matter, Columbia University, and this goes back many years, does not want NYPD present on campus.
Hi, I'm Governor Kathy Hochul. I came to Columbia University this morning to address the Columbia University family. I took the time to meet with law enforcement, NYPD, the deputy mayor, the president of the college, and to talk about security here. Because my #1 job is to keep people of the state safe. And right now, there are many students not feeling safe on campus. So we talked about the strategies, how the state can be supportive, but to make sure we do two things: protect public safety and security, enforce state human rights laws, but also protect people's right to peacefully assemble and to have freedom of speech. So that is what we're trying to do here today, is have those conversations. I also met with a group of students. Students are scared. They're afraid to walk on campus. They don't deserve that. They deserve to be in an environment that is free from discrimination as required by state human rights laws. So that I leave here today, I also have a message for everyone. I was once a student protester. I protested institutions. I protested governments. I protested against apartheid. But I've never seen a level of protest that is so person to person. It is so visceral. And I'm not calling on everyone. People need to find their humanity. Have the conversations, talk to each other, understand different points of view, because that's what college students should be doing. So we, as the adults, need to foster the right environment for that. But I hope there's a resolution that comes out of this, where people have a deeper sense of understanding.
Now, people in San Francisco and Portland, Oregon showed support for homeless neighbors on Monday as the Supreme Court heard a case that is considered the most significant on homelessness to come before the High Court in decades. The High Court is wrestling with major questions about the growing issue of homelessness as it considers whether cities can ban people from sleeping outside when shelter space is lacking. In California and other western states, courts have ruled it's unconstitutional to fine and arrest people sleeping in homeless encampments if a shelter space is lacking. Officials contend that makes it difficult to manage encampments. The case comes from Grants Pass, Oregon, which started fining people $295 for sleeping outside. Advocates argue that punishing people who need a place to sleep will make the crisis worse. When John Bon Jovi agreed to let director Gautam Chopra follow him with a documentary camera to delve into the history of his band Bon Jovi, plus go behind the scenes of a 2022 tour, he didn't anticipate it would catch him at a major low point in his career. Despite doing all that he could to vocally be ready for the tour, the Living on a Prayer singer struggled through songs and couldn't hit the notes the way he used to. Critics noticed and wrote about it. One review from St. Paul, Minnesota publication Pioneer Press said that it felt like he'd forgotten how to sing. John Bon Jovi said that it was 2014 when he first had an inkling that something wasn't right, but despite all the efforts that he put in, the reaction to his tour was heartbreaking. He went to his doctor, who said that his vocal cord was atrophied.
It's not, we never had a big falling out. He quit 10 years ago. It's not that we're not in contact or anything like that, but he was choosing to, as a single dad, raise his child, and the door is always open if he wants to come up and sing a song. I mean, there's many of them that we co-wrote together. Those are a great part of both of our lives. There's no animosity here. So as I knew it wasn't going well, And I thought if I just get myself back into touring shape and I go out there, maybe I'll pull the muscles back into what they need to be. It still wasn't working. It was after that 15 shows when the frustration became realization that I finally went back to the doctor that I had started to see, and he says, now we can talk about surgery. And that's when I loved him more, because he wasn't one of these cut-happy doctors. And he said, as long as you've come to terms with that you've exhausted everything that you knew how to do, we can save this. I give you no guarantees, but this is the path. I had to do one yesterday. I wondered why, but we did one. I know, it has changed dramatically, but you got to also remember it's a big world out there. As we were having playback sessions, you know, for the international record companies, and the Japanese said it's still 60-40 CDs. So you have to remember, international markets still play videos or sell products. No, I don't miss it. It's painful. It's miserable. I didn't.
Now, at a London screening of their new movie, The Fall Guy, on Monday, Emily Blunt and Ryan Gosling raved about each other to reporters fresh off the success of their films Barbie and Oppenheimer, otherwise known as Barbenheimer. Gosling and Blunt joined forces to create a film about Colt Seavers, a former stuntman who is called back to work to save the movie.
I mean, it was wonderful because I think you've got the madness of the vision of this crazy, extravagant sci-fi that Jodie's directing, which seems a bit ambitious for her first movie, and with it comes so much chaos. But then you've got, I guess, the relatability of making a film that we've all experienced, where it's real, it's very normal to see someone dressed as an alien walking around getting a cup of tea, you know, and I think it's normal to us, but I recognize how funny that is to watch. And I think there's a lot of sort of cynical movies about Hollywood, and it was important to make one that wasn't cynical, you know. I mean, we just find the same random stuff funny, and he's a gem. He's just a gem, and he's such a brilliant actor. I mean, endlessly talented. I feel this part for him is like a sort of hyphenate of all his amazing abilities in one Fall Guy, and it's so cool.
She's the best. She's the best. I mean, she's stunty blunty. I mean, there's nothing she can't do. She can do stunts. She's hilarious. She's an incredible dramatic actor. She can sing. She's just the best. Did I have a stunt? I had 5. It took 5 stunt performers to make one Colt Seavers. Played one 3 times, but I think that's as close as I'll get to doing it. You know, it's like they're a different breed, I mean, but so worthy of making a film about. You know, they're actually the real heroes. They do all the heroic stuff on screen. They take the hits for us. They put themselves in personal, you know, they suffer personal harm for us. They get none of the credit. They sort of disappear into the shadows. It's not fair. And so it's very cool to focus a film on them. Plus it's exciting because, you know, they know how to do in life what you can only do in the movies. So they're the perfect subject of an action film.
Now, one of the country's leading artist residency programs, MacDowell, was awarded a Lifetime Achievement Prize to Yoko Ono, the groundbreaking artist, filmmaker and musician in this year's recipient of the Edward McDowell Medal. Ono, 91, was made a few public appearances in recent years and is not expected to attend the July award ceremony at the McDowell campus in Peterborough in New Hampshire. But her music manager, David Newgarden, will accept the award on her behalf. Ono first became known as part of the avant-garde Fluxus movement of the 1960s, then reached international fame after meeting John Lennon, to whom she was married from 1969 until his death in 1980. There are many collaborations, including the songs Give Peace a Chance, Imagine, and Happy Christmas, and The Basis for War is Over, inspired by the music of John and Yoko, this year's winner of Oscar for the Best Animated Short Film. And Hillary Clinton says Suffs on Broadway could not be better timed. Let's listen in.
I look at the characters in this extraordinary musical, and I relate to all of them, because I know how hard it is to make change. I know how important it is to have relationships with the people you're working for as you're taking risks, you're doing things that have never been done, whether it's running for president in my case or having a march on Washington in 1913 to try to convince the president and the Congress to adopt the amendment to let women vote. So I relate to the whole story as an American and as an American woman, as somebody who's been in politics. But more than that, I see it as relevant today. We have a lot of challenges in our country. I think we can learn about how you make change, what you have to do in order to push that agenda forward. And I think having a play about voting in an election year could not be better timed.
You know what time is it? क्योंकि अभी जो आपको मेरी स्माइल बता रही है, it's pretty obvious. The time is about Ask TG. This is the section जहाँ पे I try to answer all your questions जो आप पूछते हैं around your gadgets. अभी देखते हैं इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं और मेरे पास उनके क्या जवाब आपको मिलने वाले हैं. You know, I'll be very honest with you. अगर हम बात करते हैं एक affordable printer की with a low running cost, it doesn't go together, to be honest. या तो जो आपका प्रिंटर है वो upfront थोड़ा ज़्यादा प्राइस आपको पे करनी पड़ेगी, उसके बाद with time the running cost would be really low. Otherwise, the kind of cheap printers that you get right up front, उनकी per page printing cost बहुत ज़्यादा होती है. This is the harsh reality of the complete printer ecosystem. So if you could please specify your budget next time, that if your budget is let's say 5,000 or 10,000 or 15,000 rupees, I would be in a better position कि मैं आपको एक ठीक जवाब दे पाऊँगा, because as of now, to be honest, I'm not in a position to give you a right answer. And the simple reason is I don't know your budgets. At the same time, the running cost, budget.
Let's get you some sports news now. And IPL's newest sensation, Jake Fraser McGurk, who hit the fastest half century this season in just 13 balls, spoke exclusively to NDTV's Osama Shah. Let's listen in.
I have with me Jake Fraser McGurk, the man who has set the IPL on fire with the fastest 50 in the tournament. Jake, you have been on fire. What's going on?
Yeah, well, I think I'm just going out there and playing some cricket that's enjoyable to play and hopefully to watch for the entertainers. Yeah, I'll just go out there and try and hit the ball as hard as I can, and yeah, it's working so far.
Well, it is working, and people are getting entertained. Surprisingly, you came in to this team as a replacement for Lungi and Giri. How have you managed to turn that around? Because a lot of talk was about whether Jake is going to be a good fit for this team or not. But you seem to have the backing of everyone in this particular team.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I had the experience with same sort of management group in Dubai, so it wasn't too foreign to me. This is just a bit more hyped up and a lot more happening. But yeah, I've fit in well, I think, and you know, I've made some nice friends so far, and you know, they're going to be lifelong friends after the end of the tournament. So those sort of things really help you play cricket with a bit more, you know, being more comfortable. And yeah, so that's probably another thing why I'm going alright at the moment, just because I'm feeling pretty comfortable out there with my team.
Does it also help that somebody like Ricky Ponting is sitting in that dugout along with Saurabh Ganguly? All these people have won so many tournaments, so many trophies for their countries, and they are there to back you. Does it also give you that sense of confidence?
Yeah, 100%. When you got those guys in your camp, you're always going to go out there and bat with some confidence and play cricket the way you want to play, and they're going to back you 100% however you want to play it. Yeah, having especially Ricky, for me being Australian, you know, he's a great of our game. So to have him, you know, working with him every day is something amazing, and it's pretty surreal and something I will never forget.
You get extra special sessions with Ricky Ponting?
No, well, if you ask him, he'll give you anything you need, anything you want. He's that type of coach, you know. He's not letting himself get in the way. He's just always there for everyone, and he's got the words of wisdom that no one else can really have.
Oh, absolutely. 5 times ICC tournament champion. You obviously listen to Ricky Ponting. But talking about Delhi Capital season this so far, it has been hot and cold. How do you see it panning out in the next couple of matches? Because Delhi has been one of those teams that probably has reached the playoffs a couple of times, but they haven't really managed to cross the line. Are you confident that a team like Delhi with talents like yourself is going to make it?
Yeah, well, I definitely think so. I think, you know, we've seen when we are playing our good cricket how good it can be, and you know, we've bowled out teams for 90 and chased down some scores with a lot of overs left. So yeah, when we're playing well and we're playing the way we want to play, I don't see any other team beating us, but it's just trying to bring that and replicate that every single game, and that's sort of been the issue at the moment, and hopefully we can sort that out pretty quickly so we can get into the playoffs.
You're also playing under Rishabh Pant for the first time. What did you make of him as a captain and as a player?
Yeah, well, as a captain, he's got time for everyone, obviously knows what he's doing. He's just got that much experience, and for him to sort of come back after the incident and just roll in like he hasn't missed a day, it's a credit to him, and you know how hard he wants it. And then as a person off field, you want to spend as much time with him as possible. He's just one of those guys. He's a very vibrant character, and I'd like to say I'm very sort of out there as well, so we get along quite well. I've had a few chats with him, and he's been great.
Or one final question from you. This is the World Cup year. Everyone's sitting up, taking notice of what you're doing in the IPL. Where do you see at the end of this season, and do you see yourself in that Australian team? Because a lot of people are backing you.
Yeah, I haven't really thought too much about it.
You should.
No, yeah, well, maybe after the IPL. I'm just worried about the next game for Delhi and what I can do to help us win that game, and that's where all my focus is at the moment.
Alright, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Hello everyone. I urge each one of you to exercise your right to vote. Your voice matters, and all our votes shape our collective future. Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide?
Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
I do hope all of you are going to go out and cast your vote, and especially the youth of the country. And the youth and the corporate citizens, people who work in our urban centers and companies. You know, we are the, in many ways, we actually are the generation which is going to build the country. So I do hope all of you get out and vote. It is not just our responsibility, but it's also our core participation in building the future country of our dreams. And I am today pledging to vote. My vote is in Punjab on 1st June, so I'm pledging here to vote, and I do hope all of you do the same. So I'm going to just sign this pledge to vote.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hi there, a very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. Let's start this edition at 3 with the headlines at the top of this hour. Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita's judicial custody extended for 14 days in the Delhi liquor policy case. Kejriwal and K. Kavita will have to stay in jail till May 7. Prime Minister Modi hits out at Congress over minority appeasement, says that listening to Hanuman Chalisa is a crime under Congress. Amit Shah also attacks Congress party over CAA repeal promise. Congress hits back, says manifesto is for all. The top court today pulled up Ramdev Center and the IMA in the Patanjali misleading ads case. Top court asked Ramdev was apology same size as ads. Top court has also put IMA in dock over its doctors allegedly endorsing expensive and unnecessary medicines in allopathy. Bombay High Court dismisses suit challenging Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin position as the 53rd religious leader of Dawoodi Bohra community. Syed Saifuddin to continue as leader of Dawoodi Bohra community. The DGCA has mandated airlines to allocate seats for children of up to 12 years of age with at least one of their parents or guardian travelling on the same PNR. The aviation watchdog has also asked the airlines to maintain the record for it as well. We're starting this edition with a top focus story. Kejriwal as well as BRS leader K. Kavita will have to be in jail for another 14 days in connection with the liquor policy case. Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita's custody now has been extended. Arvind Kejriwal and BRS leader K. Kavita will have to appear before the court via video conferencing on May 7. That is the big development now coming in. No relief for Arvind Kejriwal and even BRS MLC K. Kavita in the liquor policy case. Both the leaders were arrested last month in connection with the case and had been sent to judicial custody. Now their judicial custody has been further extended for 14 days. They are both in Delhi's Tihar jail and were produced before the court through virtual conference. Well, the development that is taking place at the moment is that both Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi Chief Minister, and BRS leader K. Kavita will have to be in jail for another 14 days at least. This development comes in connection with the liquor policy case. Well, Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita's custody now has been further extended. Well, the court decision also comes a day after the court had rejected the Aam Aadmi Party leader's plea seeking to allow him 15 minutes of medical consultation with his doctor in the presence of his wife. And this comes as another setback for Arvind Kejriwal as well as BRS leader K. Kavita. My colleague Aishwarya also now joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Aishwarya, back-to-back setbacks for Arvind Kejriwal as well as K. Kavita's judicial custody also has been extended now.
Well, both the leaders of Aam Aadmi Party and BRS were lodged inside Tihar prison, and it was judicial custody of both the leaders that was ending today. And today, both the leaders were produced before the Rouse Avenue Court via video conferencing. The Enforcement Directorate and the CBI both sought 14 days of further custody of Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita. Later, 14 days of judicial custody was granted to the Enforcement Directorate in case of Arvind Kejriwal and to the Central Bureau of Investigation in case of K. Kavita. Now, the Enforcement Directorate also had stated in the Rouse Avenue Court that within 60 days, they will be filing a charge sheet in both the cases, and the investigation at this moment is at a very crucial juncture. They are about to finish the investigation, and the money trail that they wanted to establish will be presented in the charge sheet as well. The Enforcement Directorate also went on to say that both the leaders are the kingpin and main conspirators of the alleged Delhi excise policy case, and their role have emerged as taking almost kickbacks of 100 crore rupees, and at this point of time bail should not be granted. Although it was Arvind Kejriwal's counsel who were thankful to the court yesterday after according to them only after the court stated that a specialized doctor and the board that will be constituted by the AIIMS director will be giving consultations to Arvind Kejriwal, and yesterday first dose of insulin was given to Arvind Kejriwal. Now on the other side, what is next is a big question. Arvind Kejriwal, remember, has already challenged his arrest in the Supreme Court, and from the first week of 29th of April, that hearing will also begin. So all eyes will be on that as well, as far as whether Arvind Kejriwal will get some sort of relief from the top court. On the other side, it is till 7th of May. Rouse Avenue Court has already extended the judicial custody of both the leaders, and they will have to be produced by video conferencing on 7th of May.
It's been more than a month that Arvind Kejriwal has been in jail, and also BRS leader K. Kavita, she was also sent to the custody in connection with the Delhi liquor policy case last month itself, and remains to be seen whether both the leaders will get any relief in the time to come. All right, thank you so much, Ishwarya, for getting us all those details there. We're shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. Prime Minister Modi today launched yet another scathing attack at the Congress party in Rajasthan, saying listening to Hanuman Chalisa becomes a crime under the party's rule. Addressing a public gathering in Rajasthan, PM Modi says, and I quote, "In the rule of Congress, even listening to Hanuman Chalisa becomes a crime. Rajasthan has been a sufferer. For the first time on Ram Navami, this time Shobha Yatra procession was taken out in Rajasthan. In a state like Rajasthan, where people chant Ram, Ram, the Congress banned Ram Navami."
वो तस्वीर है कांग्रेस के शासन वाले कर्नाटका की। कुछ दिन पहले वहां एक छोटा दुकानदार, उसको सिर्फ इसलिए बुरी तरह से पीटा गया, लहूलुहान कर दिया गया, क्योंकि वो अपनी दुकान में बैठे बैठे हनुमान चालीसा सुन रहा था। ये कांग्रेस की कर्नाटका की सरकार का काम देखिए। कुछ दिन पहले ही रामनवमी बीती है। कांग्रेस के जाने के बाद पहली बार शांति से शोभा यात्रा निकली है। कांग्रेस ने तो राम राम सा कहने वाले राजस्थान में रामनवमी पर प्रतिबंध लगा दिया था। कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच हमेशा से तुष्टीकरण की रही है, वोट बैंक की राजनीति की रही है। 2004 में जैसे ही कांग्रेस की केंद्र में सरकार बनी, उसके सबसे पहले किए गए कामों में था, सबसे पहला काम था चुनाव जीतने के बाद आंध्र प्रदेश में एससी एसटी के रिजर्वेशन में से कमी करके मुसलमानों को रिजर्वेशन देने का प्रयास। ये एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट था जिसे कांग्रेस पूरे देश में आजमाना चाहती थी।
Big attack by the Prime Minister during his rally in Rajasthan on the Congress Party. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah also hit out at the Congress Party, accusing it of doing politics of appeasement by promising to withdraw the CAA. Well, the Home Minister said that neither the Congress Party will come back to power nor will the CAA be revoked. Listen in.
कांग्रेस को बहुत तकलीफ पड़ रही है डेवलपमेंट के एजेंडे पर, विकास के एजेंडे पर चुनाव लड़ने में लगातार वो पराजित हो रही है। फिर से एक बार अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी के आधार पर वो आगे बढ़ना चाहती हैं। चिदम्बरम ये नहीं कहते हैं कि सीएए में क्या बुराई है, हम सीएए हटा देंगे। क्यों हटाना है? क्योंकि उनको अपनी माइनॉरिटी की पॉलिटिक्स करनी है, माइनॉरिटी वोट बैंक को मजबूत करनी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने सिद्धांतों पर अटल है। हम किसी के साथ अन्याय नहीं करेंगे, सबके साथ न्याय करेंगे, परंतु तुष्टीकरण भी किसी का नहीं करेंगे। कांग्रेस न सत्ता पर आनी है, न इनको ये फैसले करने हैं।
Well, Amit Shah's attack comes after P. Chidambaram had earlier said that the CAA would be revoked. He's now said that the Congress manifesto is for all and every section of the society has been taken into consideration. Listen in.
Ask him to point out one paragraph in the manifesto which will lead to the conclusion that we're appeasing any section. We recognize that there is social divisions in this country, there is social inequality in this country, economic inequality in this country. The most affected people are the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, the poor, irrespective of religion. That means poor Hindus, poor Muslims, poor Christians, poor Sikhs. And we are saying that we will bring justice to every section of the people.
And well, after Rajasthan, Prime Minister Modi is currently addressing a rally in Champa in Chhattisgarh. Listening.
तुष्टीकरण में लगी हुई थी। तुष्टीकरण, वोट बैंक की राजनीति एक कांग्रेस के डीएनए में है। तुष्टीकरण के लिए कांग्रेस को दलितों, पिछड़ों, आदिवासियों का हक भी छीनना पड़े तो वो एक सेकंड नहीं लगाएंगे, जबकि भाजपा सबका साथ, सबका विकास के मंत्र पर चलने वाली पार्टी है। हमारी प्राथमिकता गरीब, युवा, महिला और किसानों का कल्याण है। कांग्रेस ने 60 साल तक देश में गरीबी हटाओ का नारा दिया और अपने नेताओं की तिजोरी भरती रही, लेकिन मोदी ने नारेबाजी नहीं की, मोदी ने आपसे नाता जोड़ा, नारा नहीं दिया। और मोदी ने 10 वर्ष में 25 करोड़ मेरे देशवासियों के जो गरीबी में जिंदगी जीते थे, मुसीबत में जीते थे, जिनके सपने बचे नहीं थे, उन गरीबों को 25 करोड़ गरीबों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला है। साथियों, गरीब कल्याण के लिए हमारी नीति भी सही है और उससे भी ज्यादा हमारी नीयत सही है। और जब नीयत सही होती है तो नतीजे भी सही मिलते हैं और उसके कारण 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर आए। हमारे पिछले 10 साल का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड यही है। हम जो कहते हैं उसको करने के लिए मेहनत करने में कोई कमी नहीं रखते। हर चुनौती को चुनौती देते हैं